right, so I have just like this. I have just opened up the mics.
Yeah,
So
no.
we are now live. So let's just make sure. Ready?
All right,
Are
yeah.
the teams ready?
I'm in 4th gen again, so 4th gen works.
All right, good.
So does it say I'm in 4th gen for you? You
Well,
can check.
let's take a look. Yeah,
Hold
and
on,
you.
we gotta open our
Oh
ESL
shit, we
stuff.
forgot to open through ESL.
All right,
we
sure.
gotta go
Don't
through
worry. Don't
ESL.
worry.
No, that's fine.
That's why I was just making sure.
We'll be back. Just give us like 2 minutes.
All right, don't worry.
How did the whole
I
team
ran
forget to
through
open
ESL
through
to begin
ESL?
with. My team is retarded.
See,
Only
exactly. He's the good one. He's the good one. He's the good one.
All right, so nonetheless, we'll have here what I believe might be an actually pretty even team, or even match.
French to me, please.
Yeah, so I obviously have personal ties with Aaron Zinks AS, Aaron Snowboy, that's his initials, and then Spexy, Zerky, the whole basically most of the team. So I'm obviously gonna be rooting for them, but other than that,
We will
I
remain
think we do
impartial.
have a even match on our hands.
Yeah,
Wouldn't say so.
we'll remain impartial. Do not worry about that. Should somebody in the chat have their doubts. As for the management of the game, neither teams will have either intervention on our part. Should there be a rehost, obviously we'll go by the rules, and if not, we will not say or give any hints to whoever. There's also a 4 minutes and a half delay, so no intel can be gathered by looking at the stream, say for outdated intel. And yeah. So the thunk machines. Oh, and I will have also to invert the games in the team names in the overlay, since thunk machines are. Is it think machines? It's thunk machines. I messed it up in the overlay as well. There you go. So yeah, thunk machines will just be connecting again real fast. Oh, and I have to open up OBS if I want to have the replays.
Oh yeah, and if you can check on Parsec as well.
Yeah, I checked it real
quick. Does it say I'm in?
Yeah, it says you're in, and it also says you have controller, mouse, and keyboard access. So let's just try it. Hit F10, and it should open up the menu. So if I do this, you see this menu? Oh, and there you go. Okay, so you can even do the remote observer, and I will also just go back into do not disturb mode to avoid having too much notifications. Famaz, thank you, or PH, I guess you pronounce it Famaz. Thank you for following the channel. Welcome aboard. And let's see.
It's got Billie Eilish.
Let's see if the team you're rooting for wins.
I'm just talking to my friend Aaron.
No worries.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and I'm talking to Raynox in the chat, who is French. So, salut Raynox, on fait ça en anglais aujourd'hui. Hey there, we'll be doing things in English today. So the good news with these two teams is, since there's an uneven amount of teams registered in tonight's go4, they're starting a level higher. So I'll just go into the bracket real quick. If we go here, we'll see that the teams, they don't start on tour 256. They're pretty low in the bracket too, right? Yeah, they're right here. They start both on 128, so it's kind of like a free win. So that'll be pretty interesting to see. Should they win the go4, they'll have played one less match than some of the other teams. Nonetheless, also they're ranked in the seed, if I remember correctly, 66th and 63rd, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a very close number. Two numbers that are very close together. This means the matchmaking algorithm thinks they're about even matched. So we shouldn't see a 7-0.
Yeah, I definitely. We should see 7-0.
We should. Okay.
Oh my gosh, yeah, but yeah, like Hamza was saying, we obviously should see a very level-headed match, especially because we are playing border. The map itself is it's a back and forth type of game. It's really obviously the game itself is defense sided, so you are going to be seeing more defense rounds won in all technicality. But nevertheless, it is one of the most attacker oriented maps where they actually have a chance at winning out the rounds. So thank Ubisoft, thank the Ubisoft gods for that one because they did give us a map that's actually pretty decent.
However, it is also one of the most played maps, not on the Pro League circuit, but on, well, this is Amateur League. At the end of the day, nobody here is a pro. And yeah, so from the go4s we've cast in the past, border is one of the most played. So either teams should have plenty of experience on this map. You can't
He's
really,
running it now.
you can't really wedge your game on the enemy team not knowing how to defend or how to attack the one odd bomb site. All right, are you all ready?
So would you like to give me the controls for the first game?
Oh yeah, sure. If you want to, I will not be hitting
Alright.
the.
So I think I need mouse controls as well.
I don't know. You don't really
if
need
you-
them. So
I
Spaxy
don't?
on the orange team says yeah. Thunk machines.
Alright, well, then I will be mostly doing analyzing if I am going to be given keyboard controls. So we can just go back and forth with that.
I just want to make sure. So the orange team, we have one that is an idiot. Okay, we'll hold. Yeah, they have a bit of time. I am unsure, however, in the rule books how it works or how they calculate how long you have to start until there is a forfeit or how long it takes till you can protest. Because it's happened to us once and I did not exactly see it coming. But the timer here, you can see it, but on the stream it's going to be quite small. There's only 17 minutes remaining on the countdown timer, so we've been sitting here for close to 15 minutes by now. With the thunk machines that had to restart the game using Moss, this has caused quite a delay to begin with. And if they're still having issues, it might maybe open them up to a protest, which is something we do not want, as we would much rather see an actual game going on.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely would, for sure. Sorry, I was just eating up. Just eating right there. Yeah, would definitely prefer
Oh god damn it!
to have. Oh,
This has to do with the replays. If I can't get this OBS running, we will be out of luck for the replays. Oh, wrong map. Sorry.
okay.
I
So
didn't
we
quite-
won't be getting any replays.
If I can't figure out this OBS thing.
All right.
Yeah, this usually you had to do one of these reboots. They're ready. Okay. Good
Alright.
luck. Have fun. Sorry for all caps, and let's start this game.
Stupid. Sorry it took so long.
No worries. Oh, and this is the wrong. This is the wrong overlay. Let's just get the ESL overlay going. And yeah, so the good news here is, well, it's a good bad news. Since I do not have the replay system working, you won't be missing out on anything by not having, by not seeing the replays, since they won't be happening. So.
All right. I guess that makes up for it. So, okay, well, first ban is going to be Thatcher. Obviously, this is probably going to be going towards a strategy that Thunk Machines has, or sorry, that Gods of Throw has in mind, especially because they are on defense first. They're going to want to prevent as much hard breaching capabilities that the Thunk Machines can bring in as just absolutely much as possible. So, sensible bend coming from Gods of Throw, if they tied into their strategy as well. And obviously, don't want to deal with Monty. He's quite a nuisance, honestly. He is one of those operators that can truly make or break a round. If you play your strategy around him, if you can play multiple teammates behind him, around him, get that extra firepower, he can be definitely a hard operator to go against. We are going to see as well a Maestro ban. We do not want to deal with those evil eyes. They are pesky. They are a plant denial situation that can be prevented, and they have been. So would definitely have to say that Maestro is a pretty decent ban, especially tying in with specific strategy that one might have. We are going to see the last operator is Clash. So yeah, another nuisance operator. You just don't want to really have to deal with her. In all reality, you don't really want to have to be able to go against her. She's one of the operators that can waste a lot of time for your team and prevent a possible round win. Definitely don't want her to do that, but nonetheless, I am going to hand it off to you now, going on a second floor armory hold.
All right, so on talking about the first pick here, Armory. Obviously, this is the expected bomb site to pick. We've banned Maestro, so the plan denial operator will be Echo. No surprises there. Famaz will be switching. Will be taking the sixth pick to switch from Mute to Smoke, which is something I was going to bring up because having both Mute and Bandit kind of seems like overkill. There's only a select few outdoor walls that tend to be opened up. And so yeah, armory lockers here. This wall might be opened by the attackers. Sorry, I'm taking a view again.
Yeah, no. I'm just trying to figure out how to
Alright, yeah.
how to get different angles.
Yeah, so these are the default key bindings. I haven't switched them up, so they should be default. Should you have done some observing in the past, you'd be very familiar with those. So the key C is to go in and out of third person.
Okay.
You can also
And then
hit,
what does to zoom out?
it's page up and page down. So that's above
Got
the
it.
arrow keys. This is the one counterintuitive thing. Everything happens on the left side, except for that. So, quick suggestion: when the attackers spawn in, try to find the entry fragger and take his perspective. For example, Ash might be the one that will go for a rush, because you want to see the kills, and the entry fragger tends to get the kills rather than, I don't know, the droner or the intel gatherer, for example. Here, Thermite, you don't expect him to be actively looking for a firefight. This is quite a nice angle here. And Bandit might be opened up to some sort of a pressure, but for right now, he will be holding the wall. He'll be trying to go for the bandit tricks, but without a Thatcher, he's been banned, obviously. Bandit tricksing will be quite unlikely or will not be as effective. I try to avoid staying inside of drone perspectives because you will not see too much action when looking at them. For example, here we had Zerky who fought a bit with Ash. He took some damage, did not hit any kills though. However, he was able to cause Ash to just bail out, and Soof's Garfield, what a nickname, Soof's Garfield here has rotated, and they're now back inside the building, but not directly into OBJ, nor are they directly into the offices, but that might be happening soon. We'll drone once again, just as we have a run out here. Nice kill. Xerxes will get the first blood here. Thunk Machines, they now know where he is, and he will be quite low. So let's see if we're able to get a refrag. Sizem might be the next one to go for the firefight, but the attack does not seem to be coming from this side. Some bandit batteries might have been destroyed, but no, he was just going for the bandit tricks. Any and all progress might be very difficult from this angle, but at the same time, where else can you push in from? You have a solid defense on offices. You have Famaz, obviously, who's roaming downstairs with a smoke. Nonetheless, that's quite interesting. And the defenders themselves are going to be hunkered up on site, most of them. Oh, and Famaz is coming back up here. He might be going for one of these rotations. That might be quite interesting. But for right now, he's just holding the line, waiting for someone to push him, and that is looking pretty good for Gods of Throwing right now. The attackers have no easy way of coming in. first kill here from their team by Vex. He will be opening up the offices. This might be the one and only chance the attackers get. Spax gets another kill. Sizem with a Guman in his foot will be pushing in forward nonetheless. 9 seconds remaining. They do not have the diffuser. Vex gets put down as well. Sizem in a 1v4 situation. 3 seconds remaining, and it does not work as smoke came in his back with a nice flank and gets a nice headshot, finishing the round for the Gods
For
of
sure.
Thorn team.
For sure. So yeah, I definitely within the first round there had to figure out how to go from player to player. I didn't even know how to do that. Now I know that it's one. I had absolutely no clue how to do that, so thank God. But yeah, looking at that round in review, that was actually quite a round for obviously the presiding defenders. It didn't really seem like a blowout, to be honest with you. It seemed like they really knew what they were doing, and the attack had no chance. It was mostly surviving them. I mean, it was going to be the 2 picks in the beginning of the round that really secured the win for the round. I definitely would have to say for the defenders. And then you obviously leave IQ, Thermite, and Zofia to have to defend themselves with no real, utility blocker like Thatcher. So it's not really a good situation in terms of hard breaching, trying to find your way into the objective.
So right here, we will be going Ventilation, and we'll be bringing Castle along. This is quite interesting. So Castle isn't an unheard of operator in Ventilation Room, but the positioning of his armor panels are, I don't want to say unusual, but they will be quite easily destroyed by the attackers. So they're right by the outside windows. The first Sledge, or Zofia, who walks by, will be doing short work of them, and the other one that is technically speaking inside is still real close to the outside doors to the main entrance. So Zofia might destroy 2 of the 3 really easily, and Sledge with an outside window, there's nothing the defenders can do to protect that. So I'm quite interested to see what they're trying to get out of this castle. Famaz will be roaming upstairs. We can see he double tapped that one window towards the AC ventilation units as the attackers are gonna be going in upstairs, so they want to be taking a foothold on the top floor of the building before actually moving to the objective itself. Defenders have been drones, so Souf's Garfields will be going inside this sledgehammer, will be destroying that, but however, we do see Zerkis was right there, but Sledge got the last laugh, gets the kill. He lost a lot of life though, and Vex gets another kill on Famaz. This is looking to be the exact opposite of what we saw last round. Already we can see Sledge and Buck opening up the floor, putting as much pressure as possible on the first floor. Spaxy on the objective will have to flee for his life. The good news is he managed to get out of there unscathed, so he's still at 100 HP. Zinx going on the objective. That seems quite odd as the attackers are blowing up the ceiling above them. I would have expected him to hold an angle at the bottom of the staircase, but he does not want to do that apparently. We're seeing a couple of firefights here, and no, he gets put down. Sledge once again taking a bit of damage, but he is nonetheless alive. The trapdoors will be smoking, and we also see Vex here with the breaching charge. So yeah, no surprise there, the castle barricade has been destroyed. And will we see another kill? Yes, but not by Sledge. This time he will be stopped dead in his tracks. However, Zofia is in objective. Gets a nice double kill, leaving us with Echo in a 1v4 situation. He has the ACOG. He can hold this line very easily, but he will get flanked slowly but surely. Sizem and Buck are pushing in. We can see his shoulder, his knee, and this is how Thunk Machines gets the round. It is now a 1-to-1 situation. Both teams seem to be kind of looking for the enemy's playstyle. And right now, Thunk Machines was easily able to overpower Gods of Throwing's defense. Let's see how Gods of Throwing's defense will evolve. However, they just saw what they're up against. They know that if they do the same thing again, the results might very well be the exact same. So they will have to come up with something new. Improvise, adapt, and overcome, as the meme would say, seems to be quite applicable to this situation. We'll be going ventilation again, but without a castle this time. Valkyrie will be there to take some intel. I'm not entirely sure what Bandit will be used for, however, since Bandit, let's just take the attacker's defender's perspective. Um, yeah, I'll give you a
Sorry
couple
for
of
that
tips
one.
and tricks for the for observing next time.
No. I knew what I was doing. I accidentally pressed the wrong button.
All right. But
Oh, that was my
the good
bad.
news is you know how to use the numbers at the top of the keyboard because some people will just rotate using the Q and E buttons, so they rotate across all of the players before hitting enter, and this is so much longer than hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Um, so yeah, exactly what you're doing right now. But if you just hit say 7, it goes way faster.
I mean, I might as well learn how to do 7. You know, like different
Yeah,
ones,
because
because you can remember it much easier.
yeah, we can see right here a Valkyrie cam that got tossed outside, and Famaz still has a last Shutterbug. He's using the Elite Skin, Elite Names Gadget. But yeah, he still has a camera in his inventory, so maybe he kept it in there to toss 2 of them outside. Let's see. For right now, however, the attackers are slowly but surely coming upstairs. And oh, Sinaz might be the first one to find himself into a firefight, as Famaz will not be drowned. Okay, I thought Vex's drone was going in there, but Money Talks will see Famaz without a doubt. Syntax here knows the pressure is coming, but it's coming so slowly. For the time being, he is still good. Buck, however, might be a big challenge for him. He will be opening up so many lines of sights. Famaz with the run out just does not get the kill. There we go. Syntax at the same time gets a kill himself. 2 attackers down. Soofs gets the refrag here. 3v4 situation. Thermite is still up, so the VIP gadgets are still there. Utility-wise, this is looking good. And another kill here, so 2 refrags. The top floor roamers are now down. And yeah, the pressure will be next coming on the objective. And this might be more of an even round when compared to last time, since it's going to be a 3v3 situation. The battle for the objective itself starting with Soof's hammer hitting the floor repeatedly to find angles. However, we can see that not too many defenders are on the actual objective itself. So we right here have Echo. Yeah, let's take the first person view so we can see where exactly the floor has been breached. And with the trap itself being breached, he'll have to pull back a bit, but as we can see, nobody's actually pushing that side from the attackers. Spaxi as well holding one of the openings, but it's the same thing. No attacker is holding that line, so they're kind of guessing as to where the attackers will be pushing next from. Both players are exchanging a couple of bullets here. Nobody's being hit too hard. However, Zeus is quite low size. Him just stepped on 2 goo mines as well, so that's quite pesky. With 39 seconds remaining, we might expect some... Oh! He thought he was safe. It is just not the case. Leaving us with 2 defenders on the objective. I hear a grenade being tossed. It is unlikely to injure anyone. It was tossed at the bottom of the staircase. Money Talks here will be coming to the window, so this might be really important here.
Oh,
Spaxi holding the line. Yeah, I hit it twice myself as well. Oh, as the drone comes in, he'll receive some pressure. Nice kill. There's, however, another thermite right here. The jump, the double kill. Let's see. Can he get the triple kill? Nice 3 kills here. Solid plays.
Absolutely wild round for, especially Spaxi at the end. Wow, great play from him. That was an amazing 3K, very rapid succession for him. But I would have to say throughout the round, it was a really just kind of a touch and go round for all of the attackers. They were doing kind of the same strategy that they had been doing. Obviously, the defenders seem a little bit more prepared for it. They were playing a little bit more aggressive on the ceiling that they were getting breached from. So yeah, they did seem to be a little bit more vigilant against the attackers breaching to the floor, except for that vigil, or sorry, except for that echo, my bad. Except for that echo. But other than that, I'd have to say absolutely amazing round for the defenders, especially the Jaeger at the end of the round. What an amazing 3K. All very quick kills. So it was quite the round, would have to say. Amazing.
So I will just put the actual casting on pause, and let's talk a bit about observing, okay? So this is one of your first times observing, I believe. I haven't heard of you.
It's one of my first times observing for PC.
Okay.
I've done it on PS4 before.
So the one thing I see you doing a lot that I personally do not do, it's always a matter of personal preferences and of style, right? So I don't want to be flat out telling you're wrong. Just I would do it differently. The third person you're taking often once the attacking phase has begun. You want to see the aim and to be impressed by the flick shots and everything the players are doing. So third person, I tend to use it just to show a player flanking. So to take the top down position to see what lines are being held, and then I jump into first person view. Really fast. I tend to minimize my third person view observing as much as I can.
Oh. All right,
Does-
well, that's going to be echoed down in the first 20 seconds of the round. Unfortunately, he got killed from the spawn. It is going to be Twitch to give him that death. That is going to be a plant denial, a very vital plant denial operator for the defending team. Put out. Absolutely put down at the beginning of the round. We are going to see a run out here coming from Spaxy, but no real success from that. Unfortunate for him. And yeah, we are also going to be seeing a bandit roaming in customs. Now a kill from Zerky on to the Zofia. So yeah, there's actually quite the run-in from the Zofia. I wasn't able to see it, but I'm sure walking into office, being able to hold that was quite a feat for him. But nonetheless, I will hand it off to you now, because I am going to be paying attention to this.
All right, so as we can hear Buck opening up the floor, so I would expect the bandit batteries to be destroyed really quick. Yeah, we just saw the smoke here. So Monitox will be able to open up that wall, or actually it should be fairly easy for him. So we could expect a push coming from this side. Soofs gets another kill. Buck was downstairs ready to get the kill. Should Bandit step foot on the open part of the floor. So the standings are now 3-4. Attackers advantage here. With 1 minute 25 remaining on the clock, it might be actually really favorable to them. Twitch as well is sending that drone to find some gadgets to destroy. Should we get a couple of bandit batteries down, the Buck frag grenades might be really effective going in. However, as we can see Doc here healing his teammates, they will be able to keep on going as long as we're talking body shots. Any damage inflicted to the defenders might be recovered. However, Soups gets a first kill here. We also see Legion crawling on the floor. He's probably down, but Doc is able to bring him back up just in time to avoid the frag grenade. He knows attackers are in. The T5 has quite a nice rate of fire, so at this range, he'll be really deadly. First kill here. He'll be low again, however, and he hears the attackers stepping foot on the barbed wire. Gets picked by Monitox. Monitox will be planting the diffuser, leaving us with Zerky in a fight for his very survival here. He's not in a position to prevent that diffuser from being planted, as the attackers are not only holding angles, pulling back a bit and playing for time. Retro Waves will be reloading his gun, it seems. IQ here prone, gets picked by Xerxes. Double kill. Should he get the clutch? He has a fork on his hands, but no, that nice crossfire wins Monitox another kill, and wins Thunks Machines their second round. The points are now 2-2.
For sure, for sure. So, looking back at that round, I would have to say a big player for the attacking team would be Buck. Okay, so obviously you're going to have a droner for the team aiding in Buck getting his intel, but he was the one that made the conscious decision to go below, being able to put a lot of pressure onto the defenders and kind of unnerve them and get them out of their spot, shake them loose a little bit so the attackers could walk in, get a good angle on the defenders, and ultimately win out the round for the team, get a couple picks, plant the bomb, and put Doc really in a position that he's cornered and that there are multiple angles on him to be watched and to be had. So ultimately, in all, I would definitely have to say that having multiple angles, and especially from below, vertical play, the verticality of the actual strategy with the attacking team was a really big part of their attack.
So with a defense lost on Armory, they could go there again. Let me just make sure. Yeah, we're Armory again. I had the lapse as I was being DM'd on Discord. So yeah, we'll see if they can have a successful defense this time around. As we might remember, the very first round we played was a total blowout. Gods of Throwing were able to near perfectly defend the objectives, which they were not able to replicate last round. So let's see if their first round luck might hold true for the fifth round. So there's a reinforcement missing on the offices outside the outdoor wall. Will we see a second defender go there and reinforce it a bit later on? It seems unlikely as the attackers here, Thonk Machines, are already pushing in slowly but surely. So this seems to me as if, I don't want to say resources have been wasted, but to some extent they wanted to prevent attackers from coming in from the side, but with a reinforcement missing, this is all for naught. So quite sorry for them here. Syntax knows he'll have to pull back a little bit. Soofs, Money Talks, all of them are here. Yeah, we can see that reinforcement is still missing. And we could also see a couple of attackers creeping in. So Syntax, I believe his name is, so Legion will be here finding himself in a 1v3 situation. As we see Retrowave just going in behind the drone, gets the intel on Famaz, gets a kill. Soofs will be trying to cut off the rotation. But yeah, Syntax here is in a precarious situation. He's behind a soft wall. Attackers are slowly but surely pushing in. So that's not going to be looking good. Xerxes with a nice claymore will get the pick on Ash. But Ash is not the one that was putting pressure on Syntax. Syntax gets a kill. No, it was the attackers. Okay, yeah, so Valkyrie was and Jaeger was killed. Sorry, I was kind of confused there. We know the pressure's coming in, so Doc will be here to try and relieve the pressure. The wall banks from, I believe, IQ looking at the gun. No, it's Thermite. Thermite with the punch hole just does not get the kill. Soofs will be there trying to get the refrag. It's a brutal fight for offices right now, which will lead to many casualties on both sides. However, Raxis with a nice 3 kills here. We just saw the kill cam. It was lit up with his name. First kill, second kill, and then the third one. What can I say about that? His position was more or less unknown. And that's what led him to getting 2 nice kills due to the advantage of surprise. And then after that, he just peaked a bit more to get the final kill on Zofia.
Yeah, I would definitely have to give that to the lack of droning from the attacking team. After they opened up the breach in office, they definitely thought they had a clear entryway and a foothold into the building, really, but that was obviously not the case, as Doc was able to get a quick 3k on them all very quickly. It seems like these rounds have just been summing up to quite a lot of really just quick, rapid kills, all in all, and to each team's expense, obviously. But are going to be seeing here a workshop ventilation hole. So it has really been going back and forth for the attacking and defending team. They haven't really been able to defend the workshop ventilation, so hopefully we'll be able to get different results by the time the roll swap comes around. But I believe this is the last
Yes.
Last round for the defense.
So,
and
starting the next round, we will have the role swap for whoever might not be as familiar with Rainbow Six. But I feel like I'm really going to basics here. Gods of Throwing have been defending since the very beginning. We will be now nearing the middle of the game. And Thonk Machines will actually defend, which will lead us to have different strategies and habits, basically. Every team has different habits and playstyles. So we see something new both on attack and on defense, since the teams will be swapping. And talking about what you were saying, the defense point were the same. They were the same to Armory and Workshop. So we might hope Thonk Machines to go for more of the varied bomb sites, but we can argue that these 2 bomb sites are the most easily defended, which is why you will see these 2 bomb sites being the most often picked. Nice kill here! Wow, the wallbang headshot. That is solid plays. Pulse was able to give a solid intel here. We saw his cardiac sensor on the bottom floor. The Mozzie's drones will be really useful as well. At the first glance, attackers think that the drones are allied, which is why you might sometimes see attackers that will deliberately not shoot the drones, which turns out to be a big mistake for them. Soofsarver gets a nice intel. Spaxway had nothing to do against that. The Mozzie drones will now be static, which is quite bad news for the defenders. Mozzie drones are not to be underestimated. His guns are really good as well, which is why they have lower bullet counts in their mags, but when you're trying to get 1 kill and your aim is true enough, 20 bullets are more than enough to get the kills. As we see the defenders being flushed out from the top floor, the attack for the defending team, the attack for the objective will be starting with 1 minute 11 remaining on the clock. That is quite... it's more than enough for them. However, we'll see a couple of picks here. Money Talks in a 1v3 situation. This starts to be looking bad for them. So he'll pick up the diffuser. That was kind of risky here, as the diffuser was on a part of the opened up floor, and Pulse is still alive, so he'll be keeping tabs on Money Talks' position. As we can see here, somebody, Jaeger, I believe, is creeping up upstairs. Famaz can still give real-time intel, and Xerxes will not be pushing in uselessly. Like, he knows time is playing in his favor, so he'll be slowly but surely waiting for Money Talks to make his move, as he has to make one. And this is exactly what's going to happen here. Gods of Throw with a quite an easy defense will will win the round. However, it was due to a trade, so the final kill cam is quite useless. Nonetheless, the standings are now 4-2 for Gods of Throw. Throwing, sorry there. Team Throw and Gods of Throwing are using the same word, but a word from the same family, but not the exact same word. I was confusing myself here. Yeah, 4-2. They were using the defense to their advantage as much as possible. Let's see if Thunk Machines can use, not that they have the easier side, if they can use the opportunity to win back the 2 points they're lagging behind. We were talking about new habits, both on the attack and on the defensive. Mira is one operator that we have not seen so far, and we've seen Smoke once previously, but he was roaming and got picked before he could actually play his gadget, so that might be quite a novelty for us as well. But really, the big news is Mira's presence, played by Vex here.
So I'm actually really interested to see how Amira is going to be placed into the armory site. You know, we have seen the rank style mirror strats before, the type of strats that can really be like, you know, that can really be very easily countered just by simply playing Buck, which obviously the attacking team is going to bring out of really habit at this point. But I would really like to see how Mira can, at this point, defend her Miras and be able to prevent them from getting blown out, as well as get some possible kills from it. I would love to see her use them efficiently and effectively throughout the round, make a real impact on the round by using this operator, because obviously they do seem to have a strat behind it, so would definitely love to see how well that strat's going to be taken while taking the round.
So I'll just take the cams here real quick, and we'll be taking a look at this curious reinforcements here. So obviously, we want to prevent the attackers from just opening up a punch hole and have a line of sight on the whole length of the corridor. But there's also a rotation hole right next to it, so you can take the observer back. So yeah, this is showing us a will from the Thunk Machines to actually defend this CCTV room. So should he feel enough pressure on him, he can either jump down the hatch or run out of the wall right behind him. But this is quite unusual, and we'll see if the results will be there. As we can see, however, looking at the attackers' positionings, they don't seem to be wasting too much time on actual roaming. They will be trying to push in directly on objective, as we can see by IQ here, who's quite literally already pre-firing into the objective itself, but that's just not going to work. She'll be put down by Sizem, who will take quite a lot of damage, but without a dock. This amount of health lost will be irrecuperable, will be permanent. Right here, Castle was... he's getting a lot of pressure. Famaz nicely able to get the kill, as the smoke canisters are going to push Castle. Thermite. Wow, I am confusing the operators' names here. But yeah, Thermite was forced to jump down. His role, however, by opening up the wall has been fulfilled, and now he's free to go for a counter roaming or some sort of a flank here. Spaxi will be stationary here. This is a bit dangerous, but it will work nonetheless. He'll try to go for the wall bangs, and Sizem will be a really soft target as he's lost a lot of health. Mira will be put down as well, leaving us with really Smoke, the only real defender who's being taken care of as we speak. And yeah, Syzim wasn't really up for the task. He was able to get the first kill, but Twitch got the refrag really quickly here. All in all, a solid round. And that is, I don't want to say surprising, but we got a victory on the attacking side. So this is now a 5-2. The match point seems to be creeping up closer and closer.
Yeah, so obviously, as most people who do watch Pro League and who do watch the proceedings of ESL matches know, once you hit match point, there is a very, very small chance of a return in terms of a comeback. So, that being said, it does really take a toll on a team, especially when they're down 5-2, and they're very close to the point of no return, the point of just match point, you know? So I would have to say that if this team does get put into match point, it is going to be, unfortunately, a lost match for them. However, these guys are going to have to do something a little bit different if they want the proceeding of this match to go their way, because so far, even on their first defending round, they have been bested. And obviously, with the absence of Mira, hopefully we'll be able to see something along those lines.
We do, however, see a couple of heavy operators, so both Doc and Kaid will be. Kaid is also playing the shotgun, as we can hear it right now. So 2 ACOGs on the defending team, which is, well, I don't want to say unheard of, but you really do have to pick your operators if you want to have ACOGs in your inventory, which will help them to hold tight and long angles, and therefore basically hunker down should Retro be bested here in this attempted spawn kill. That's not going to be good news, and he will be going for something really risky here. So it's quite interesting, however. I've never seen this bulletproof camera being placed before, but as we can see, he really wants to know if he is in the clear to go for a run out or to try to go for a spawn kill. And of course, Buck doesn't want to use up one of his grenades to destroy that camera. So this will lead us to Retro getting a couple of hits off of Twitch. He'll heal himself, so yeah, he's using up his utility quite early in the round, but he's in a sustained and a prolonged firefight. The camera gets finally put down. Retrowave here still holding the line. Gets a first kill. Good news here. That was Buck as well. So Bandit's batteries are likely to remain standing. Zofia might still be able to destroy them from below, but Buck would have been the first choice. So yeah, all in all, it's looking pretty good for Doc here as he gets hit a couple of times again. And his health will be creeping down. It will be going down so slow but steadily, and he'll soon be out of stim pistols. Spaxi here gets a nice kill, and I don't see Doc's health going up. So Retro here is probably out of utility. This is a bit early to be out of those stim pistols, but nonetheless, they were quite useful to get these 2 kills. With Zofia being Doc's second kill as well, there's now a very small chance of the Bandit batteries being destroyed. Syzim's roaming here will have attracted some attention, and he will get the kill. You changed his perspective right as he got the kill. So I
did. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry.
I'm not blaming you. It's I was just gonna say I thought he died because we swapped perspective as soon as he got hit. So I thought, oh well, his roaming kind of failed there, but no, he was still alive. Famaz fighting himself in a 1v4 situation. Syzim at the bottom of the staircase might be a bit of a nuisance. Suv's also looking for an angle here, so Famaz, that's not looking too good for him.
For sure. Oh, he just misses the Bandit when he peeked the impact hole going into break room. But with about 45 seconds left on the clock, Thermite's going to have to pull out something pretty hasty here if he wants to at least get a couple of kills, maybe get a plant down. He's going to have to pick up the diffuser, though, with a run out from behind and a quick kill from Bandit. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see that. Wow, that kind of, yeah, that actually kind of scared me there a second. I am expecting the run out from behind from Bandit, but definitely a great kill from him. So we are going to put a 3-5 score line, and it does seem like Ventilation Room and Workshop is going to be used here. So might be able to see a little bit of a different strategy, different positioning for all of the operators. Might be able to see a little bit of different roaming strategy. Maybe not such a spawn peak heavy situation.
So the one thing I I quite like is, yeah, we're talking about the match point creeping up slower and slowly but surely. We're not there yet, and we were talking about, well, how unlikely it is to see a comeback as soon as we hit match points. That's due to the morale of the teams, which is something that is not to be underestimated. But here, Thonk Machines seem to still be going strong, so they can just push the thought aside that they're not quite, but almost backs to the wall, and their backs against the wall. Sorry, I confused this expression with another expression. Yeah, so we'll be going downstairs. Some teams will be opening up the toilets wall and try to go for rotations from this side, but here, as we can see, the wall is totally reinforced and electrified. So Syzim here really does not want to receive any pressure from the eastern side. However, there's no Kaid in the composition, so we will be seeing no odds of the hatches being reinforced more, or being protected once they're reinforced. Maybe Mute knows one or two tricks how you can jump on the one bench wall or something to put him higher up. As Retro will be going for another spawn kill. Nice one here. He'll be using the bulletproof camera again. This is really nicely done. So he was pretty predictable, as he's done the exact same thing he just did last round, but it seems to be working again. So he got a kill. His camera is now down, so he'll be playing with his gun. Yeah, so I don't want to say he'll be playing as a recruit plus an ACOG on his gun, but he does not have any utility backing him up right now. However, the pressure does not seem to be coming his way, except maybe for Sledge, who's right behind that wall. And Sledge also has the diffuser, so should Retro get a kill, he'll be in a good spot, as he can simply wait for the other attackers to come his way. Will he go for the run out? No, he'll just kill himself. Xerxes knows exactly where Doc is, but he'll just not be standing up. Retrowave is barely just able to escape this alive. And yeah, it does not seem as if the rest of the attackers will be going there and try to help Sledge out. Once again, Sledge is quite a VIP operator here. He has a diffuser. Should he die, someone will have to go pick it back up, which is just not good news. Which is just bad news for the attackers, but for the Thongs Machines, this is a heavy blow that they've just struck, as Retrowave finally gets the kill. But I don't think they actually know the diffuser to be right there, as Sledge was killed outside, and they're unlikely to just run around to check if he had the diffuser. So Retro might just not hold that angle, but we can see Famaz going for the rotation. Zinx here, however, could go for the wall bang. He seems to know that there are a couple of defenders all around him, but he doesn't know exactly where they are. Famaz here gets a kill. Pick the diffuser back up. In the meantime, 52 seconds remaining, 2v2 situation. The fight for the objective will begin, but we can see no defender are actually on the objective. Zinx will act as if it's almost clear, which is just not. Vex gets a nice double kill, and Famaz here will notice that the two last remaining defenders are here. Thonk Machines gets another... Sorry, a hiccup at the wrong moment. This just all killed the momentum. But yeah, this was unexpected to see this late in the round, the two remaining operators actually roaming. And that worked in their favor at the end of the day, as the Thonk Machines team just won the round.
So, looking at statistics here with a 4-5 scoreline now, we are going to be seeing something interesting that I do love to point out whenever we are talking statistics. So, we are going to see a 11 and 8 kill lead for Soph's girlfriend and then Retrowave Z. So they are the top fraggers for the team. You know, they are the people that are really carrying their team in terms of kills and in terms of how much frags and output they're giving for the enemy team. But as we look ahead at the team that's actually currently winning, still in the lead right now, they are, for the most part, very level-headed with each other. They do have a lot of similar kills, and at least talking numbers, they do have a lot of similar statistics. So they are, it's a kind of a carry game versus a very similar game for the attackers versus defenders.
I didn't quite check, but are we custom? So this will be a new bomb site for us. Quite interesting here. Which we have not seen so far. So to some extent, we know either team's habits, both on defending the workshop and the armory, since we've seen them do it a couple of times. This will be quite new for us. And we haven't seen... Well, their defense here seems to be quite standard, with sprinkling a bit of an aggressive spawn kill strategy here. But for the attackers, we haven't seen if the gods of throwing are well versed into this attacking strategy. So we can see that Thermite was able to really quickly open up a hole in the wall, and Sledge will be using it to his advantage. He's already inside. Should he have the diffuser, he might even try to go for a sneaky plant. He just stepped foot on the goo mine, but once again, oh yeah, I was gonna say, should he have the diffuser? Thermite, the bearer of the diffuser right behind him, will be planting right now. This is looking good for the attack, as the defenders are almost all of them roaming, and the anti-roaming game is going so strong. Diffuser planted, nobody's even on the same floor as the objective. That's not looking good. This impact nade will blow up. Is there a bug here? I see Soofs trying to jump down, but it just doesn't work. Bugs are out of our control, and to some extent part of the game. They don't have a picked side, so this is quite annoying, but we'll have to make do with it. 2v4 situation, half of the time is already up, and we kind of expect most of the attackers to be on either side. Gods of Throwing here had a really, really good orchestrated attack. Actually, they just saw the opening in the defense, and they just took advantage of it. That's all I have to say. Both of the bomb sites actually were not even defended. You do want to have a couple of roamers, but all of your defenders roaming does not seem to be such a good idea either, which we kind of just saw here. So yeah, this is pretty much everything I have to say about this round. It was a total blowout due to a pretty simple mistake on Thonk Machine's side. Should they go there again, they probably will not be repeating the same mistake again, which might lead them to actually winning the round, because the attack wasn't, well, out of this world. However, we will go Armory and Lockers again, and this time, Gods Are Throwing are in a match point situation, so Thonk Machines have their backs against the wall. Any mistake now will cost them the map.
Yeah, they definitely are under very immense pressure from the attacking team now. But again, they are on defense, so they are going to still have the inherent advantage against the attackers. So all in all, I would have to say that if they do lose this round, they, I mean, it would be a pretty hard loss for them to take, especially considering they're on one of the easiest to defend sites, according to Pro League, really, statistics. So I mean, if they do lose this, then it is going to be a great win and a very unfortunate loss for the Thonk Machine team, I guess.
So this Valkyrie camera is quite standard, but nonetheless, as long as you don't ping, Valkyrie didn't have to run out, so they will not know that there's a camera there, except if they actively look for it. Without an IQ on the attacking team's roster, this is looking quite good for the last Shutterbug's survival. But for right now, we saw you cycle. Oh, nice kill here from Soof's girlfriend, so backs against the wall. Some teams perform even better under pressure, since they actively know that they're not allowed the slightest mistake. And this seems to be working out quite well for them. However, we can see Buck here coming in, getting a couple of kills. Bandit gets a frag on Xerxes, and Thermite was an early pick here, so Buck might open up that wall or those Bandit batteries, but it is all for naught, as there's no way to open up the reinforced wall. So the attack will have to go through the predictable ways of actually walking through the doorways. They'll have to come up from their predictable angles. Raxis here gets a nice double kill, leaving us in a 2v3 situation. And he's actually inside here. He's well poised to get another kill, leaving us in a 1v3 situation. However, Bandit is not on site. He'll have to come back. The diffuser's being planted, but he's just a bit too far away to hear the diffuser being planted. So, no way to prevent that. And things are looking grim for him. Attackers are actively trying to surround him. So we have here Ash, who was reloading a couple of seconds previously. Should he have rushed in, he might have gotten a kill. But it is just speculation at this point, since we have Gods of Throwing winning the map.
For sure, for sure. So, yeah, that was actually quite a match and quite a round for Gods of Throw. They obviously knew what they wanted to do. They had a big fragger that round. Obviously, Buck coming in for the kills, quite a lot of kills from the vertical play, as well as walking up the stairs, walking right into the objective, and obviously asserting dominance just on the defenders, absolutely, and overpowering them. So you do love to see it when an attacker can single-handedly get a good carry for his team, especially in the round.
So, do we want to keep on casting them?
If you would like to, we can, or if you would. I mean, they are going to be going immediately onto the round
Yeah.
of, or sorry, they. I'm not sure if they're.
Yeah, so they won. They're going towards 64.
So
they'll be
right now,
here?
if you want to follow the team that you wanted to follow, because it doesn't seem like Supreme is, or the one team before was out of their game. That's supposed to be going up against Gods of Throwing.
Let me just try to find
So
them
if-
again, because we have opened up. Oh yeah, Supernova. So let's see where Supernova is, and if not, we can just cast Noski because he will be giving quite. They lost. So yeah, nope. Too late.
So
we
yeah,
missed the
we
bus.
could cast Noski.
But yeah, here's the thing. So they might be in the middle of the game right now. So if we just keep on following Gods of Throwing, we'll be more or less in sync with them. So we will not be waiting for too long.
All right.
So yeah, that's kind of the dilemma we have right here. So yeah, never on Moss. Let's
So-
just see where they're at.
Yes. We think.
Never, never twice esport. Nope, never.
I think we never. Oh wait, no.
Just never on Moss.
Yeah,
And
never one months go for.
yeah, so they'll be in their game. This has been calculated.
So are they in their game currently?
Yeah, their previous game ended 30 minutes ago. Their game will be well on its way by now, so I guess we could just keep on following them. And either way, yeah, it will be 1, 2, 3 rounds before they face off against each other, I believe. I might just be going a bit too fast here, but I quite liked how the game went, so I say we can just keep on we can just keep on following Gods of Throwing. What do you think?
I'd be perfectly fine with that.
So here's the thing, however. So Gods of Throwing. Let's just go into that perspective for those of you who are watching on small screens such as phones or tablets. Gods of Throwing just won that match. So let them upload the match results and you'll see their name pop up here. However, we still have to wait for the results between Supreme and KSU Esports before we can have the next match taking place. So we'll have a bit of a downtime right now. Therefore, instead of just having that blank screen or us talking out of our asses for I don't know how long, because I'm not able to just talk and remain interesting for 45 minutes. So we will go into the Be Right Back screen, and I have not much else to say other than be right back. See you guys shortly. Welcome back. We're out of the Be Right Back screen as the map is bound to start shortly. This will be KSU, which I believe stands for Kansas State University Esports, obviously. Oh, and the overlay is in the wrong side, and the flags are wrong as well. And my fan is blowing on the green screen, which makes this weird effect behind me. Yeah, so Thonk Machines, they're Canadian, right? So I just messed up.
No. Yeah, it's gonna be throwing gods at throwing
Yeah.
versus KSU.
Okay, sorry.
Or gods of throwing? I'm not sure. Gods at.
Yeah, gods of throwing. Nonetheless, here we are. Let me just update that. There we go. So if we want to take a look at what we have right here. Thonk Machines, they were seed 63, 64-ish. Let me just get the exact number real quick. 63. Whereas KSU Esports, they're seeded second. This is quite a big gap here. This is quite the gap. However, KSU, though they won their last map, they won it 7-5. So I will just be wondering how precise the matchmaking was, either for KSU or if it was imprecise against their previous opponent. So Supreme Aim was seeded 127, and though they lost, it's not the margin you would expect from the seed second against 127. Nonetheless, Thonk Machines, they're about in the middle. So they're about the reference point for the skill level of this go4. We're still lacking a player, and then we'll be good to start. The game isn't ranked or isn't quoted as starting before the next 4 minutes, so it's no big deal if we're still lacking a player. Nonetheless, as soon as he joins, we'll be good to go. Is there something else I forgot? Is there something else you want to add to this?
Actually, I would like to add something. So we are going to be playing Bank. I believe you said that, but
Yep.
to talk about the stats of Bank
Oh, yeah.
or statistics, whichever one you prefer. So Bank so far has been inherently a defense-sided map. Obviously, most maps are defense-heavy, but Bank a little bit more so, coming in, I believe, with if I were to look at these Season 9 Pro League statistics. The Teller's Archive site is a 74% win rate. The Kitchen Open Area site is a 62.5%. The CEO Lounge is a 55, and the Locker CCTV is a 57.4. So, looking at those statistics, obviously all of them are over half for the defense one. So, what we are to expect here most likely would be at the roll swap a defense-sided game, if anything.
So you'd
So,
expect
yeah.
Thunk Machines, Gods of Throwing. I am so wrong with the team names. Sorry, Gods of Throwing. I am misrepresenting you.
Gods at throwing?
It's Gods of Throwing, I believe.
Gods
Gods of
of
Throwing.
throwing?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the other team won the last map for some reason. So I was I was naming them Thunk Machines. But yeah, so you'd expect if you want to analyze all of the numbers you just said out loud, that Gods of Throwing, since they're starting on defense, that they might have the upper hand going into the role swap. However, if we want to take the seed into account, we might actually see some of an even fight for the first half. Once again, assuming that KSU has the superior aim and skill, they might then end up just winning the second half easily once they get the easier side. So once again, it is going to depend on how much of a factor the map itself is going to be as compared to the skill gap between the two teams, which we can't talk of as long as the game itself hasn't been played, because at the end of the day, right now, we are just speculating.
For sure. I definitely would have to agree with you on that one. You really don't know what's going to happen up until you get into the game. So, of course, these, speculated proceedings might not happen the way that we expect them to, but again, coming from at least semi-pro casters, I guess you could say it's a baseline for what we do expect to happen in the game itself. So with that being said, I believe we are going to begin to this game soon if one more player joins
Yeah.
on orange team.
Yeah, so this was quite the the stroke of bad luck here. As soon as the last player on the KSU team joined, someone on Gods of Throwing had his game just crash, which is quite annoying and often occurring problems since the last update. So you'd think that the TTS server is there to catch this kind of bug and this kind of glitch before going into the main live build, which apparently was just not the case here, because the last TTS never crashed on me, whereas the main build, which is supposed to be the most stable version of the game, just keeps on doing. So I'm just happy it hasn't happened to me so far tonight. Oh, except for the very beginning. So we had not yet started up the stream and the game crashed, so that was not too big of an issue. But I believe it was last weekend. I had all of the players with me. I was ready to start the game, and crash. Uh, it crashed midstream, so this is quite unfortunate for just about everybody involved.
Yeah, I definitely gotta agree with you there because I believe you said earlier as well with the new season updates, crashes have been more often
Yeah.
happening to those playing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so definitely Ubisoft does need to get something together. It honestly feels like when they fix something, something else, another problem rises, and having to fix their coding and all of that, it's quite a process for them. So, do gotta give them a little bit leeway on that, but regardless, they should be able to fix this ASAP as soon as possible because it is a very, very major problem. It's not necessarily gameplay wise where it's something a little bit more harder to resolve. It's just I honestly think it's an issue with coding or something along those lines because other than that, I really wouldn't know what to account it to. But yeah, we actually, yeah, going right into the game. Since the last player joined, yes, again, this obviously is going to be Bank. We have talked about this, and we are going straight into KSU Esports versus Gods of Throwig.
Throwing.
Throwig.
Yeah.
Throwig. I think. Oh
Throwing.
wait, it switched the. Oh yeah, you had a typo. You made it Gods
Oh,
of
god damn it.
Throwig.
My bad. The good news is in the the stream overlay, Throwing. Always.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, quite unfortunate here, but nonetheless, it is. I should hope it's not gonna throw the teams off by too much because I would not want to affect their in-game performance because of a simple mistake. So yeah, the bans are taking place, and I will leave you casting these bans.
Alrighty, so obviously we walk straight into the bans with a Thatcher, Jackal, and now Mira ban. So a very, very logical bans to be beginning with, as the orange team is obviously going to go for a very sensible ban that is going to be Thatcher. So obviously pushing back the hard breaching process is going to be a big objective for the defenders to do, and of course they are doing that with a very straightforward ban being Thatcher, but that being said, it is going to be a ban on both parts, so it's going to be, taking back the attack and the defense once the sides switch, so they will have to deal with that once they start attacking. But again, the last ban is going to be Clash, so yeah, again, very not unexpected bans, very orthodox bans for the attack and defense to be playing on, to be acting upon. So obviously our first site is going to be Lockers and CCTV Room, a very contested site according to Pro League stats. So we are going to be seeing who will really take the lead on this one, whichever team can really get the most picks and play out their strategy the best. Simply put.
These sixth pick here do not surprise me at all. So with Thatcher banned, a Kaid Electroclaw would be near impossible to destroy if you want to protect a hatch. I was surprised to see, however, Maestro being sixth pick. So Maestro is quite a good operator, and to lose him is unfortunate to say the least. Echo's still there, so it's not too bad. But yeah, so to see Kaid being picked at the very last second, not too surprising here. And in the same train of thought, so with Thermite being unable to destroy these hatches without, once again, a Thatcher, to see Maverick being picked is not too surprising either. So both teams using their sixth pick to kind of pick and counter the same the same play style here. So the defense is going to be quite standard, considering, once again, the unorthodox bans we've seen so far. Valkyrie has tossed some of the Black Eyes upstairs, and we're now seeing the attackers making their spawn and their first push.
For sure. So yeah, obviously getting straight into the round. Like you were saying, it is gonna really be the attackers and actually really the defenders' gameplay that is gonna have to make the difference here, seeing as we do have a very ordinary type of situation and type of really strategy for each team, and really just picks on players. So at first we are definitely going to be seeing the Jaeger roaming. Yeah, he's going around archives, tellers, that type of situation. So talking about that though, Jaeger being a put on the roam, he is going to have to be playing very strategically, possibly passively, up until an opportunity really that he is able to see, possibly maybe an attacker or a strategy being pulled on to open, which obviously the attackers are attempting as of right now.
So I saw the Twitch drone jump down, and I was thinking to myself, is the KSU team actually just going to push OBJ and ignore the roamers? Apparently not, because Spaxy is going to be actively looking for a firefight. Gets the first kill, but he's very low now. Any mistake is going to cost him his life. And with 1 minute 30 seconds remaining on the clock, he will have wasted about a minute on the attacker's part, gets a kill, gets picked off, gets refragged pretty quickly right after that, which will cause us to be in a 4v5 situation for the remaining of the round. And with no other notable roamers here, the attackers will basically have all of that remaining time to attack the actual objective itself, which will be very well defended because we've lost only one player by the anti-roaming game here. So JJ has a very narrow field of view. We'll just make sure that nobody's there, but Nomad is actually looking for a face-to-face firefight here. Just seems to be finding a target to shoot on. Kaid will be that target, but he's holding a tight angle, plus the ACOG. He's going to be a difficult opponent to clear out of here, but it is looking kind of good. He'll be preparing the Nitro Cell, and this is clearly a glitch in the perspective. So yeah, I'm
I
not sure.
believe Nomad actually shot out the Nitro Cell though.
Yeah, and he's
Looking at that.
downed here, so Disco could just walk in, which is exactly what he's going to be doing, but on his right side. So here Lynx might just want to turn around, gets a nice refrag. I want to turn my attention here to Hibana, because she has the diffuser. Twitch might be making some gains, might be moving towards the objective, but if Hibana cannot make it to the OBJ, all that will be for naught. Another Goo Mine later, and this is not looking too good. With 8 seconds remaining, removing the Goo Mine will represent almost half of the time remaining. He has to get the first kill, just does not work out. Gods of Throwing will win the first round by a narrow margin though. The body counts were about even for most of the round here. The time eventually played in Gods of Throwing's favor, but the kill count was quite even, I'd say.
So looking back at that round, I definitely would have to comment on the fact that the diffuser wasn't necessarily with the right person and really with the right positioning in terms of the Habana. So if you wanted to look at it and really take, an analytic perspective on it, the Habana's positioning was actually quite, it wasn't very good in terms of planning the bomb, and being that she was the bomb holder, it didn't really help out her situation, considering that the Nomad was actually able to, we see the clip, Nomad was actually able to push into the objective and was able to get a kill and take dominance over what, a possible spot where she could plant. Obviously she pushed up, was a little bit too aggressive, got killed, but ultimately said the Habana could have walked right into the objective and planted alongside Nomad. Otherwise, they lost the round, which is obviously the unfortunate outcome of, Habana having to walk all the way around and try to plant in another spot that was already being protected by a defender.
We seem to have here a confused defense, so Zintax will be reinforcing over in Impact Nade Hole, so apparently there's some miscommunication among the Gods of Throwing team. Combine that with the fact that he's lost over half of his health due to impact grenades, that's not going to be off to a good start for him, and he seems even to be going for a roaming game, so he will be taking some risks here. The attackers, of course, do not seem to know that, so I wouldn't, even if they knew, I wouldn't expect them to be actively rushing to specifically take him out. But without a single shot being fired, KSU Esports here has a slight advantage over their enemies.
Yeah, so actually talking about the operator pick and the roaming strategy of Legion, what are your thoughts on Legion roaming versus staying in the objective?
So Legion is really good, not for actual roaming, but to defend a proxy site. So let's say he wanted to block down and to lock down open space, where Bandit is right now. With the Goo Mines, they make noise when somebody steps on them, so it's kind of an early warning system. You can put one down in every doorway, and you know where the pressure is going to be coming from. So once again, you're not as mobile as, in this case here, Bandit or a hypothetical Vigil. But you can know where the pressure is going to be coming from, which is really useful if you want to hunker down as a solo defender. Obviously, the same rule applies on the objective. The objective is the end-all be-all of all rooms to defend, so I totally get why he will stay on site. But yeah, it does give him a good chunk of potential. As we can see here, Famaz gets a first kill. He is not, however, in the clear. Disco here still holding the line. But yeah, talking about Legion, he has some good potential, which in this case will be deployed on the objective.
A little bit more firefights going down here as we see a 3v4 situation with about 1 minute left on the round, coming in with a Twitch, Maverick, and Ash. So they do have a lot of utility potential as well as fragging potential under their belt if they were to use it in this situation sparingly and efficiently enough in order to get the kills. But so far it does seem like they're having a little bit of a hard time trying to get open the archives wall, and for that it might just be a round loss for them, considering they are going to be having to make hasty decisions in order to funnel into walls, doorways and windows. So yeah, with the 2v3 situation now, about 30 seconds left on the clock, they don't really have a lot of room to make mistakes or push around. Well, now a 2v2 situation, Ash getting another kill, very, very low health though, so she is going to have to make a decision here. Gets downed in the, I believe she gets down in a, was it a,
It's a Gumine.
lesion trap. So
Yeah.
Twitch is now left. I have to push the objective. She does get the first kill on to the Mozzie, so it's I left have to defend the objective. Obviously Twitch's Gumine, so that's intel for the defenders. If he's just at the window, and Albi getting a couple hits, but ultimately gets taken down by the Twitch with the F2. So yeah, I think in that situation, Albi running away wasn't necessarily the best idea for her situation. So yeah, actually quite a round, and I'll let you take analyzing.
So the one thing I really liked was how Twitch was able to remain calm and remain really efficient here. So she had a Gumine in her foot, under 10 seconds remaining. No mistake whatsoever was allowed, and she did not panic. So here we can see JJ getting a first kill on, I believe it was, yeah, Mozzie. Right here, Mozzie was a bit too aggressive. When you have 20 seconds remaining, play for time. Gumine in her foot, no panic, slowly but surely make your way up there. And Alibi just should not have peeked that. JJ would have been forced to plant the diffuser, which he could not have done because the Gumine was in his foot. So there was literally, other than getting the kill, there was literally nothing he could have done. Alibi had no reason whatsoever to peek. Once again, she didn't really know that the Gumine was in Twitch's foot, but yeah, she could not have won that round. Because if she wanted to put down the diffuser, she would have had to remove the Gumine from her foot first, and there was just not enough time for that. I feel like I've rambled a bit, but I think I've made my point.
No. I definitely, actually was pretty well said, very concise, but other than that, I would definitely have to agree with you on that one, because it, even though, in your perspective, was a roundabout way of saying it, it was very, very accurate, obviously. The Alibi did not need to peek. Alibi did not need to play aggressively in that situation, and she would have easily won the round out. I mean, it was a 2v1 situation from the start. It was a 3v2 situation, actually, from the start. So, all in all, if she would have just played a little bit more passively, it would have come out to be a very easy engagement. Not really an engagement at all for her to have to win. So, I mean, hey, take one, lose one. They obviously know now what they're gonna have to improve on. But with a 1-1 scoreline now, we do get underway into our next round with a CEO hold. So, I believe the statistics on this was more of a defender-sided hold. I believe 74%, if I am correct.
No, I believe it's the actual opposite. As far as I can remember, it is these. Yeah, CEO. So you were pulling your stats from different time zones. So I'm pulling from the Rally Major, which happened just over a month ago. And it had a 39% win rate for the defenders. So if you do the math, it's just under 60% win rate for the attackers. So it is the most favorable site for the attackers here. Gods of Throwing kind of shooting them in the foot here.
Ah, okay. Well, regardless, I do like to see a Blackbeard being played, though. He hasn't really been a very viable operator for a lot of really attacking strategies that we have seen during this go4 and really previous go4. So I do love that he's being played, you know, something a little bit out of the ordinary that the defenders might not expect trying to get into a possible aggressive engagement with him. So obviously do love to see it sometimes, but I believe the attackers are getting a little bit more aggressive now onto the Heaven, taking a little bit more control as they're starting to walk down the Heaven hallway, trying to get a little bit of a positioning on the janitor's closet, maybe get a foothold into the objective. Obviously having control of office too, they're just trying to kind of get the defenders on all sides. They're trying to surround them in all ways they possibly can. It seems like so far they are doing it with accuracy, unless the defenders can maybe push back a little bit. Obviously, seeing an engagement with the IQ smoke does not win that out, so possible in janitor's closet, they might have control of it.
This is
But
not
5v,
looking
yeah,
pretty
definitely not
grim.
looking good for the defenders. Yeah, 5v1 situation with about 20 seconds left on the clock. Bandit's left to have to run around, get into an engagement, but he does not win, and it comes out to be a flawless round for the attackers. Sorry for taking your thunder on that one, my bad.
No, don't
Good job.
worry. Don't worry about it. So the one thing. So first of all, we saw how offense-oriented this bomb site is. This was a flawless victory for the attackers here. No questions about it. The defense on that bomb site is really not easy. However, I do start to see a pattern here. The attack will come within the very last few seconds of the round. So even though this was a flawless victory, so at some point you had only 2 or 3 defenders on site against 5 remaining attackers, attackers, yeah. They still did not blindly rush into the objective. They went in calmly and surely. They're taking their time to drone, and this will cost them a lot of precious seconds. And this is something you don't see, I would say, amateur teams do. The timer running out will cause huge loads of pressure on an unexperienced team. So this really goes to show why they are seated second in this go4 here. They take all of the time they have available to plan the very single best strategy possible, and when they execute it perfectly, which leads to what we just saw here.
Could not agree with you more on that statement, but as we get underway into another action-packed round, I believe, yes, it is our 4th round that we are going into. We are going to be seeing a bottom site hold. So yeah, with the role swap coming nearer and nearer, it does seem to be pretty decisive for KSU Esports to be taking the lead on this one, especially with a defense-sided map. It does seem like they might have the upper hand on Gods of Throwing, so if they can't switch up something soon here, they might be at a disadvantage walking into the attacking rounds on a very defense-sided, defense-heavy map.
The one thing I'd like to point out here, sorry for the voice, we had a couple of attackers from the KSU team who spawned by the jewelry, but they did not go into the sewers. This would seem to point out that as a team, they have a consensus that it is way too dangerous to attack from that side or to come in from that side. Rather, they'd like to go up and clear the roamers first before moving downstairs. So this is something I'd like to just point out, as they're way better at the game than me, so I look at their playstyle and I ask myself, how can I improve my gameplay by looking at the, well, they're not pro level, but looking at better players than me.
Semi-pro level. We'll sum it up to semi-pro level, but yeah, obviously adding on to what you were saying, their gameplay is something a lot of people want to emulate and something a lot of people want to take part of, but a lot of the times, especially in these go4 type-esque matches, really, you don't really want to emulate that type of gameplay because, again, it is a strategy tailored for a 5-man situation, not necessarily for a ranked, personal, individual gameplay. So it's kind of hard for 1 to follow the 5-man and for 2 to emulate the strategy that they're pulling because you don't necessarily know what they're doing some of the time.
The one thing I'd like to point out is we had no roamers this time. So, once again, since the final push is coming really close to the end of the round, having a single roamer waste half a minute might be the difference between a round 1 and a round lost. nonetheless, Gods of Throwing decided to all 5 of them just hunker up on the objective and put their firepower together to really deny any entryway possible, which so far seems to be working with less than 40 seconds remaining and no clear way to enter up the objective. This is looking good, but yeah, no roamers is something you don't see every day.
Yeah, for sure. It does definitely seem like a turtle strat coming from the defenders, but so far it really is truly working with now a 5v3 situation. About 15 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, the attackers have been so indecisive up until this point, so now they're going to have to make hasty decisions walking to the objective. But now a 3v3 situation, more kills being returned for the attackers. Now a 2v2, and the defenders are kind of holding up, playing the turtle, and they finally win out the round for themselves. That was an amazing round for the defenders. They're kind of able to avoid the attackers in all essence, but yeah, obviously the Twitch was taken out by the Guman because of her low health, but all in all, I would have to say just avoiding the attackers is ultimately a better strategy than really taking the gunfight, even at the last couple seconds of the match, even if you do want to get a little bit aggressive. So would have to say kudos for I believe the bandit running away from that Twitch all at the last second, or I believe the Legion.
Yeah, just fleeing the firefights and playing for time at this point seems to be the single best way to get the kills. As I don't know if it's just me. Let's just pull up that scoreboard here. We can definitely see that kill-wise, even though the points are tied, kill-wise, KSU Esports has, on average, well, you can see here, Top Fragger, six kills against Top Fragger having 4 kills here. And yeah, the 2 second fraggers are getting 4 kills, which is, once again, just as much as Zinx has. So, even though the KSU Esports gets more kills, Gods of Throwing are able to hold off the pressure. At this point, I would, however, go for a slightly different strategy as what you described here previously, but a parallel one. So, since, once again, the push is coming at the very end of the round, I'd play a bit more heavily on the roaming game to delay the push on the OBJ as long as possible. But yeah, fleeing the firefights, since you're playing for time, might be the good idea. So having, say, a Vigil just fleeing these drones, the droning game from the KSU team, we saw the first round, is excellent. So having a Vigil being droned and just camouflaging himself and running away might be really interesting, but actually having roaming operators does not seem to be in Gods of Throwing's intention. The only roam I clearly remember was a Jaeger first round. He was at the first floor rather than defending the basement. And yeah, though he has 3 speed, his kit is not really oriented towards roaming. He's basically at this point a recruit with a holographic sight on his gun. So yeah, roaming seems to be an afterthought here. Once again, we have Bandit roaming, but he's not more equipped than once again a recruit with a grip and a sight on the gun.
I guess you could say so, considering, but you have to ask yourself why Bandit and Jaeger are being used for roaming.
Definitely.
And yeah, the answer definitely to that question would have to be the fact of their guns. Their guns are those high firing rate SMGs that can, or in some cases ARs, that can have a really high damage output as well as a fire rate, which are great for close quarters combat. And what can you argue against something that is absolutely amazing gun?
Yeah, definitely. We see here Thermite going for the kill. Just does not work. Xerxes is able to flee alive, but he is pinned. There's nothing he can do. The pre-fires is just not going to work. Obviously, Thermite will not peek into that line of fire. However, Xerxes will try again, and it seems to be Legion who put Thermite down. Will try to go for the back nade, get the kill, but it just does not work. We see, I believe, Twitch, who will try to revive her teammate. But obviously, there is still stiff defense here. This does not work. Thermite at this point is as good as gone. Yeah, he got the kill. Xerxes with a double kill, leaving us with Rifle Me, or I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce that nickname. He tried but did not get a single kill. Spaxi is able to finish him off. And there you go.
All right. For sure. So yeah, that's going to be a round for Gods of Throwing. So obviously putting us into our 6th round. Now I believe the next round is going to be, or sorry, the couple, yeah, the next rounds are going to be.
The role swap. Yes, exactly. So this is
Yes.
the
Sorry.
this is
You
the
got me on
6th
that.
round.
Yeah, roll swap.
So this is the last round before the role swap. Let's just make sure that we don't confuse ourselves. So this is their last chance actually to win rounds on the defense. Once again, this is a defense-oriented map, and since KSU Esports is able to more or less tie the points, right now we have a 1-point advantage, obviously because we've played an odd number of rounds. But yeah, so considering that they're able to hold off the pressure, we could actually expect them to take the lead once they're actually defending. Nonetheless, we will be defending CEO again. We've talked about the stats on this bomb site, which clearly favors the attackers. So, once again, I would kind of expect Gods of Throwing to sadly lose that round, but sadly for them. Luckily, if you're rooting for KSU. Once again,
Oh,
last round was a perfect round for KSU, so Gods of Throwing apparently are not fazed by that total and utter defeat for the round, of course not for the whole map, and they're going to try more or less the same strategy. I say more or less because we do not have a smoke with the shotgun, and we will be using an armor panel to defend this wall. So, though the actual defense might be more or less the same, the operators that will hold the line will be different. Smoke with the canister is uniquely suited to delay a push. And right here it will just apparently be Bandit who will, well, pre-fire into the door to prevent an attacker from pushing in.
all right. Well, to answer somebody's question, chat. No, I'm tall for a girl. I guess you could say I'm over the average height. So yes, I am a giraffe and I am tall. But yeah, sorry, just interacting with chat. But yeah, for everybody to know in the chat with I believe 10 to 15. I can't really see
21.
your screen very well. Yeah, oh, 21. But yeah, I am a girl and my name is Jeffro, Jenna, whatever you want to call me, just to introduce myself. And obviously, this is Hans along with me. He is an ESL broadcaster. Obviously, we are broadcasting the go4 ESL here. Yeah, so is this a 3v5 situation? Or
3-5, yeah. So the exact opposite of what we were expecting, actually. So Cordell was asking if we cast other matches. You might want to answer by text here because, oh, he was expecting Castle to be higher up. He still got the kill, but took a lot of damage by doing so. Both the remaining attackers are really low on health. This is not looking good for them, although they got the first kill, and most defenders are significantly injured as well. So this might be really interesting for 3 of the remaining defenders and both attackers. This is going to be a one-shot kill scenario. The Goo Mines also are going to be a major obstacle here. Maverick was able to get one. Virtuous gets a nice kill here. The pre-fires is obviously going to indicate his Jaeger's presence here. Oh, another kill here. Virtuous gets a double, but will he get the 3 kills? Apparently just barely not, but that might yet come. As we can see, the timer is slowly but surely running out, and Virtuous does not have the diffuser. Luckily, he was not shot in the feet here, because once again, a single bullet might be the end of him. And everything here is electrified, so there's no... Is this part of the wall not electrified? This seems to be a... I don't want to say rookie mistake, but at this level of playing... He was prone right there. Virtuous, you did not see him. Nice kill here. 1v1 situation. 5 seconds remaining. He does not have the diffuser, and the Goo Mine gets the final kill. What a round.
so it's up to Zinksap to defend himself in the wake of that Thermite's absolute destruction, but he does not get the comeback 1v4 clutch. Unfortunate, and death to Goo Mine definitely is not a good look for him, unfortunately. I was really rooting for him right at the last second there to win out the round, even in the 1v4 situation. Did not seem likely, but ultimately did not end up being the win, and that is going to put us into a 3-2 situation at the roll swap, I
4-2.
believe.
4-2.
4-2, 4-2, my bad, 4-2.
So
Sorry, I
yeah,
was looking at the replays there.
we have the unexpected outcome happening here. So first of all, sorry for having both rounds replays here. This is odd. It is not supposed to happen, but nonetheless, here we are with the right replays. Uh, with enough patience, you get what you want. So yeah, Maverick's kill here was unexpected, and we were talking non-stop about the stats, how the defense here is supposed to fail. Nonetheless, it succeeded, leaving us with a significant advantage here for the orange team, which is, well, if you just look at the seed of the go4, so if you want to trust the go4's matchmaking system, they are here the underdogs. So good news for them, I guess, but yeah, you can really tell that the KSU team really has their team play together and everything. We're talking about how they take all the available time before pushing into objective. But this is going also to be quite a problem for them when you only have a couple of seconds remaining. You do not have the luxury to look for goo mines. And I believe we've had 2 rounds so far that have been won by death by goo mine. So if you were
I
to
believe so.
push in 5 to 10 seconds sooner, that might have been the difference between loss or victory for 2 rounds so far. So if I was to give one piece of advice to KSU, try to push 5 seconds sooner. That might be all you need.
Yeah, actually to add on to what you were saying, so this team actually does, at least in their attack rounds, KSU does seem to be playing a little bit more unorthodox. They aren't really having a specific hard breaching strategy, more like a rank strategy. They'll just kind of play on their own and form up at the last 20 seconds of the round in order to push into the objective. And so far, for 2 or more rounds, death by goo mine, obviously being not a very good look for them, has just proved not to be a really good strategy overall. And it's not necessarily something you want to really be seeing out of attackers in a go4 match.
So this hatch here being reinforced is quite rare as well, so the defenders might be using it to shoot on the attackers who want to hunker up in. Oh, this drone is gonna get destroyed. But yeah, you might want to use that first hatch to shoot on the attackers who might want to go into the server room. But to reinforce it is quite unusual, as it uses up your utility without really giving you an advantage. Spaxy here wants to push in, but he has a goo mine in his foot. The goo mines on either team. We've had the role swap here for those who didn't notice. So it is now the KSU Esports who is using the pesky goo mines to throw off Gods of Throwing's game. With 57 seconds remaining on the timer, the push on the actual objective here is happening. We see absolutely no roamers. Let me just make sure. Yeah, all of the remaining defenders are on objective. Rifle Me here gets a nice kill. Quite surprising to see Kaid playing without the TSG-12, but nonetheless, he gets a kill with the AUG, showing us that it is not a worthless gun. Actually, it's quite a good gun. It's just the TSG-12 has the ACOG, and that is an advantage you do not want to underestimate here. Attackers, however, are in, so Famaz here might want to plant, but he is taking quite the risk because he's in the dead angle, but it is a very narrow dead angle, and he will probably get killed quite easily here. Finally, Nitrocell gets the kill. I believe many kills happening simultaneously. Diffuser, however, has been put down. The pressure is now being inverted. Echo gets picked, leaving us with JJ in a 1v2 situation. Gets the first kill. He seems to know where Thermite is, and he knows it's not going to be easy for him to get that pick. So let's see how Zintax wants to play it. He holds that doorway, but we have JJ, who is in the bomb site here, was able to nicely rotate. He'll go for the counter defuse. And he was trying to bait, but it just did not work. Gods of Throwing winning the 7th round, and that is going to be digging the difference of points between the two teams even further, which is not really looking good here for the KSU team. They're 1 or 2 rounds here from winning.
Yeah, so obviously, as we have seen, especially in the last match that Gods of Throwing was in, they are very strong on their first attacking round. Even if they do lose the, attacking rounds after that, they usually like to assert their dominance in the previous defending rounds and have a very strong first attacking round, obviously putting us at a 5-2 lead. So what we were saying as well with the match point difference and how well that can work for morale for a specific team who is in it, it might work again for this team. So hopefully we'll be able to see something along those lines with the next upcoming attacking rounds.
I like to
But-
see, however, that these two teams seem to have just about the same playstyle. So we saw once again, even though once again the role swap gave us the Gods of Throwing team on attack, they're taking most of the time before they push into the objective. Once they do push in, they're really sure of what they're doing, which allows them to plant with minimal effort, and then defending the diffuser is, I don't want to say trivial, but once the diffuser is planted, most likely you're going to win that round as an attacker, that is. With a defense lost downstairs, though, we're going to go lockers again. And unfortunate team kill here, not looking good for Gods of Throwing. And honestly, a rookie mistake considering the level they're playing at here. This is not casual, this is not even ranked. We should not be seeing this kind of mistakes here. But yeah, we do have, I believe, the exact same composition on the defensive team here by KSU. So they seem to be really sure of what they're doing. Last round didn't work too well for them. Let's see. Obviously, they didn't switch up the operators they're using. Let's see how they're going to switch up their gameplay to win that round.
Alrighty, so yeah, looking back right at the round now, we're going to be seeing Twitch and Zofia taking very dominant control of the open area already, along with Maverick. He's attempting to grab the hatches within the first about minute and a half of the game, so obviously having the type of initiative to do so is quite a feat for the attackers. Obviously Jaeger trying to get some hatch play on. He does get the kill on Zinx, but gets refragged out almost immediately by the Maverick, so quite a good frag, especially considering that the refragging possibility is quite possible with the TK on the Gods of Throwing team. So obviously, regardless of refrags, they are going to still be keeping a considerate amount of players in terms of advantages.
My big question here is, what is Kai doing roaming upstairs? 3 armor, 1 speed, 2 floors above the objective. With 1 minute remaining, this is quite rare, and he just barely did not notice that there was somebody here. I believe it was Hibana's silhouette. No, it was Zofia's silhouette. So, yeah, should he have spotted Hibana, he could have gotten the diffuser with that simple kill. And Xerxes here is going to engage himself into a firefight, which he does not win with the first burst of bullets here. And an extended firefight here is obviously going to favor the defenders since the timer is slowly but surely running out. As we've swapped the diffuser, it is now Rexys who has it. He will jump down here. Big risks being taken. Disco gets the kill, so this is not looking good. Should he die, diffuser will be lost. This is exactly what will happen here, leaving us in a 1v2 situation with Famas, who got a first kill. Gets another one, triple kill. He now has 15 seconds remaining. He cannot revive his teammate with the pistol here. Will he get the kill? Yes, nice headshot in the smoke as well. He did not really see his opponent. It was pure game sense.
I am so sorry for laughing at that. That was an absolutely crazy play going for Hibana, especially with the pistol kill at the end. I really did not expect her to win that, but all in all, I would have to say that round was absolutely chaotic, especially at the end with Zofia in a firefight with the Legion. Unfortunately gets killed by him, and with the Maverick getting killed by the smoke, or at least down. You know, you think all hope is lost, especially with the inherent player disadvantage, but Hibana just comes in, able to get the 3K all in rapid succession, and really just renews that type of hope for our team. Now, we do have a 6-2 match point lead. And for that, I mean, absolutely crazy type of morale must be in the players' minds on Gods of Throwing.
So I like really how they're able to keep calm. You would barely ever see someone voluntarily rushing into a cloud of smoke of smoke toxic canister here, but the timer was running out, so Hibana had no choice but to do so, and it worked perfectly. So kudos for the game sense here.
For
We
sure.
will see a defense on the CEO, and yeah, so we've been shown that the stats are not the end-all be-all of predicting who's gonna win, but statistically speaking, this is the least likely spot for the defenders to win that. So KSU Esports here, they have their backs against the wall. They're in a match point situation. They're not allowed any mistake. So this is gonna be a difficult round for them here. Once again, and they're not allowed any mistakes. So let's see how they're gonna play that.
Considering LAN play versus the online Pro League play, this go4 play would be closer to the Pro League play, considering it is online. So, and obviously there is less preparation going into each match. You don't necessarily know who you're going to go against each week. So I guess we could compare this more so to Season 9 Pro League stats being the 74% win-loss for the defense onto CEO. So it is going to give the defenders an inherent advantage going into the round with CEO. But nonetheless, you know, of course, statistics don't prove anything. In the round, you know, whichever team, I guess, makes the most mistakes in each round could go down for them, really.
It seems to me as if KSU Esports had a really strong attack, so they were able to win a flawless round. Even though they're down a couple of points here, they won a flawless round, which is something Gods of Throwing, even though they're leading right now, we're not able to replicate. So it seems to me as if KSU's attack is way more effective than their defense, which is, I don't want to say surprising or disappointing, but it is something I wanted to point out here. This first round of anti-roaming is going to be looking really good for Gods of Throwing as well. They've flushed out 2 roamers, however, Vigil was able to get the kill on the bearer of the diffuser, and Hibana is going to be almost killing him here. Disco Dale is now not allowed any mistake whatsoever. However, he has the diffuser, so he will not leave that angle. For better or for worse, he's committed to it.
Yeah, and committing to the angle might not be the best situation for a Vigil with extremely low health, especially now that the attackers have the situational info to tell where that he might be with the diffuser being down. So he's going to be a hard firefight for the Vigil to take, with a possible engagement now here with Maverick. Does get the kill, Maverick, but he does have diffuser now and does have the ability to put the plant down. Now remember, this is match point, so if they do win this, they will win out the game. But a kill for Smoke, putting us in a 2v1, but a quick refrag with Maverick now getting a kill. So it's Mozzie versus Maverick, and he is going to be in a 20-second deficit now. So Maverick is going to have to put down the plant. Doesn't necessarily know where that Mozzie is. And Mozzie pops up and gets the kill on the Maverick. So that is going to be ending out the round, putting us at a 3-6 scoreline. So we are still at match point. Backs are against the wall for KSU Esports. And they're going to have to pull out quite a lot more of those clutches if they want to win this game.
Nonetheless, they're showing us that it is not over unless somebody has won 7 rounds, which is not yet the case. And they will just not be giving up. So some teams will just think to themselves, the odds are impossible, why are we even still trying? And they'll just, I don't want to say give up, but they will stop giving their best. Which is something good teams are not going to do. Good teams are going to know that even though they're at a disadvantage, they have to keep that poor morale in check. And it is exactly what they're doing right now. Even though the odds are not quite in their favor, they are going to keep on going.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
So, we're still at match point, once again in the basement. And yeah, so far, Gods of Throwing have only won a defense. Oh gosh, my notebook is trailing behind, and I'm trying to look at it and figure out what is happening, but I'm just wrong here. So yeah, they've only won a round on the top floor. Last round they went downstairs, turned out to be a loss. So let's see if they're gonna be able to do to get different results from the 2 previous time they've cast they've played the basement site. Yeah, and I will just let you pick up because I have to get some order in my notebook if I want to have my thoughts in order.
Alrighty, well, obviously walking into the 36 match point round, we are going to be seeing a bottom floor hold coming from the defenders. So these guys are most likely going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable in terms of holding this bomb site. Now remember, they did lose this bomb site last time around with a very swift clutch from Habana, but hopefully they'll be able to get their thoughts in order and their actions in order if they do want to win out this round. They put us to a 4-6 situation. So, of course, they are going to be able to go back to the bottom bomb site, a, again, more comfortable bomb site for them. So, might be able to get control of the round and set the pace, but we're going to obviously be seeing a aggressive take of open, and now the attackers are going to be able to open up the hatches and possibly play vertical, which is something that of course we do love to see on in certain strategies, and especially with this bomb site where vertical play can be so useful for holding down the plant and really for holding the team. But we are going to see an engagement between Kaid and Thermite. Does get quite a lot of shots on Kaid, but he does run away from the firefight as a kill has already been brought down onto the Maverick, a big hard breacher for the attacking team. So that's going to be strategy wasted and time as well for the attackers. Now Kaid trying to get into another engagement, but he does lose even more health and eventually gets taken away from the round by Zerky. So actually that is quite the kill from the wall, quite a wall bang, but nonetheless, we are going to be seeing a hard breach counter and a hard breacher being taken away from the game. So, of course, it's going to waste time for both teams in effect. But Twitch walking down the main stairs, she's trying to get an angle on the attacker. So she does, or sorry, on the defender. So she does know where the Echo is in essence, and does not necessarily know where that Maestro is. So a possible engagement for her might be deadly if she tries to walk in or run in too hastily without droning out her angles. But Maestro trying to play a little bit on the hatch now. Zink's trying to possibly, yeah, definitely probing the objective, trying to get as much intel as he possibly can. Does see the two attackers, and Twitch running in to the site. I believe she does get 2 kills, all very rapid succession. Maestro trying to assume a plant denial, and Echo trying to do as well, but definitely planting the diffuser is going to be the best situation for the attackers with the 2v3 situation now. Seeing as now a 2v2 with more kills for the defender, so hopefully the attackers will be able to hold off the defenders in a very defensive situation for them now, and more intel is going to be headed for the defenders and more damage for them as well. So a possible engagement between Capital and Maestro was obviously seeing Capital winning the engagement, and a plant denial going down with a very decisive kill. A great wall bang for the attackers, and a GG should be in order.
Yeah, I actually thought he was gonna ninja defuse this. I was seeing nobody directly in front or next to him, but yeah, behind the wall, soft wall, Buck is gonna do the trick, which is going to win Gods of Throwing that round. And the game. Actually, once again, I am confused as to why, of all operators, Kaid was roaming. There was a Jaeger in the composition, so he would have been better suited to go upstairs and try to lose the attackers who are going to try to drone him out. And the second mistake the defenders made was to, well, obviously it was due to a solid attack, but yeah, they were trying, the last two defenders, the last two defenders, Echo and Maestro, were pushed outside of the objective, so they were in the vault, which left us with an basically undefended objective, and that's what allowed the attackers to just plant the diffuser and thus win the game. So a good GG to Gods of Throwing for that match. Solid plays being made, and we will see them at the next level of competition. So yeah, to answer, so first of all, I will just answer the chat real quick. So, Body Wizard was asking us if we would just keep on casting the winners next match. To that, we answer yes. So I assume his team is playing against the winners, in this case, Gods of Throwing. So we will see you in game next round. And I will just say thank you to Whoopu QC and Rainbow, who complimented me on my English. For those of you who don't know, I am French Canadian. English is not my first language, and most of what I do on my channel is in French. So sometimes you have French people who pop up and are, well, surprised by me speaking English here. So, and by the way, big fans. No, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This map has been played. Yeah. So big fans will be our opponent here. And let's announce to them that we will be casting them. First of all, just let me make sure that no other ESL caster has asked to cast this match. Nope. I appear to be the only caster casting. Sounds redundant, but yeah, I appear to be the only one casting the this go4 tonight. So there you go with the official announcement. There you go on the official ESL channels, and we're good to go, basically. Once again, I want to say a good GG's to KSU. They played really well, and even though they lost, even though they only won 3 rounds, I could really see from their playstyle that they're really good players. It is rare that you see teams attacking at the very last second and not losing their calm, which is something they were perfectly able to do. Once again, death by Gumine was a problem for them. So, yeah, maybe, I don't know, drone out the Gumines first, or keep IQ alive, or go in a bit faster. But you could see, for the rounds that it worked, they were taking all of the available time to figure out the single best plan of attack possible, and when they executed it flawlessly. Once again, even though they lost, they had a flawless round victory for them. So kudos to them for that, and let's just wish them best of luck next time, because I do see a lot of potential to them. So yeah, usually I would kick us into the be right back screen. However, since the adversary for this match is already qualified, in this case big fans, let me just, by the way, update the team names here. There we go. We will not even have to go into be right back screen. So there's always a bit of a delay because we have to let the players upload the match results, anti-cheat files to prove the match results are legit, and then we can move up to the next round. Starting at the next round, we have to do the map ban and everything. So there's a bit of delays that are included here. Nonetheless, not long enough for us to go into be right back screen. So I've rambled for a couple of minutes here. Is there something you want to add to this? Or are you just AFK? Okay, your mic is muted. You're probably eating or something. We haven't actually eaten because the games start at 5 p.m.
Oh,
which is just around dinner time, and yeah, we haven't eaten, so we're just taking snacks in between games.
We're taking as many opportunities as we can to stuff our faces with food. Sorry about that, but
Totally.
yeah, I just wanted to say follow my Twitch channel. Follow my Twitch channel. Giraffero, GIRAFFERO. I do Rainbow Six content. I cast. I do a whole 9 yards. All right, so make sure to follow me. And yeah, we've been doing pretty great tonight. So I'd say we're in for about one more match, and I think we should be done after that.
Yeah, one look at the clock right here. It is 8:54, so almost 9 o'clock. We would expect this next match to last up until 10 p.m. However, this match is set officially is set to start at 9:30. So if we're to cast till 10:30, people around me will be sleeping. So I will have to go into quiet mode, and I hate not to inject as much energy into my casts as possible, but it will be a necessity at this point. So yeah, I don't want to put pressure on the teams, since for those of you who aren't as familiar with the ESL rules, the match is set to start at 9:30. But if there's a consensus between the two teams, they can start either a bit sooner or a bit later. as long as it's within today, they can't actually push it back till tomorrow. Um, so yeah, if they want to start it a bit sooner, I'd be glad for that. And if not, if they want to push it back, then I will have to retract my offering of casting this match because tomorrow is a work day. I would actually freaking love for there to be go4s on the Saturdays, but it seems to just not be within ESL's plans to do so, sadly.
I know. Unfortunate. I wish that could be that way too, because then everybody could stay up until, as long as they want. But I think they actually have monthlies on Saturdays, so they'd have to switch around the days, and not sure they'd want to necessarily have to do that and go through the whole scheduling board. But yeah, so other than that, I think we should go on to intermission until they start, correct?
Yeah, so once again, we've had both teams already be qualified since all of the mandatory matches have been played so far. The map ban has been done. It is Villa. So actually, not really. We are mostly ready. So I will just be waiting for a friend request from one of the big fans players. And I will be already preparing the next match. So once again, it is Center US, the mandatory server. Once again, if there's a consensus between the two teams, we can go somewhere else. If not, the default server is going to be CUS. Spark, yeah, let's invite Sparksy here. And yeah, once again, I will have to wait for a friend request from somebody on the other team to be able to invite them. In the meantime, I will fill out the standard or my standard casters notebook. Should we have a rehost, you have to know what round was played in what bomb points and who won that round. So the headers and everything do take a bit of time to prepare. So this is why I will let you take over.
Okay.
We're playing Villa, so if you want to
Alright.
pick up the win-loss stats for that map.
Yeah, I definitely will have to make sure to pick up the win-loss stats. Um, Here, let me grab them quick. Siege. I'll have to go on to siege.gg. So, are we still streaming or are we
Yeah,
on
we're still
I believe we're on
mics are still
intermission.
hot. We're not in intermission.
Alrighty, that's what I figured. Just making sure, because I wasn't paying attention.
Do not worry.
Okay, so looking at the Season 9 infographics. Here I have to pull it up.
Spaxay isn't actually in the game, so he's
quick
probably just
sec.
booting up the intermission. Doesn't matter the side. So Jordan, the team that did not pick map picks the starting side usually. So yeah.
Okay, so we pick map, so they get starting side, right?
Yeah, so they get to decide what side they start on. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. To zoom. There we go. Oh, I can't zoom.
So if
Not
you're
letting
still
me.
looking for the stats, I can use the stats that I
Oh, here
have.
we go.
My stats are based off of the Rally Major.
I
Okay.
got the stats. I got the stats.
All right. So I said nothing. You go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you off there, but the Aviator Games Room is going to be a 63.6, Trophy is going to be a 60.9, Kitchen is going to be a 50, and Living Library is going to be a 50. Now keep in mind, Kitchen Dining, Living Library, the two that have the 50%. Kitchen Dining has had 12 rounds played, and Living Library has only had 2 rounds played. So if we were to take out Living Library out of the statistics, again, the map itself is more so defense sided, with only being 7 times played out of the whole time, out of the actual whole pool. I believe, yeah, it is the least played map out of the whole Season 9 Pro League. And it has been banned 61 different times. So again, coming in with one of the highest ban rates. It's not really a fan favorite map, I guess you could say, or just in general a player favorite map. But, however, regardless, it is still going to be inherently a defense-sided map, but it does seem to be a little bit, the statistics rolling a little bit more so halfway.
Cool.
But I will allow
He's
you to take
trolling.
the Raleigh
He's
major
trolling. Don't get into it.
statistics, seeing as it is a more planned for and recent event.
So the players in game were actually trolling me. The one guy was saying mic check, which well, you won't have heard it,
No,
but
just
sorry,
because you guys can't hear me.
sorry
let y'all know
for
y'all
the
stream
players
quality
talking
is
over you.
Just grade A material, by the way.
So I will just
Also jealous of all transitions and everything else. Like,
get their volume down a little because I don't want them to be talking over you, but I still want to hear them should there be something that I should know of. For example, don't start the game, something along those lines. So yeah, I think you were about finished with your idea or with what you were saying. If not, please do go on.
No, I was
Okay.
handing you off the Raleigh major statistics.
Great. Yeah, so yeah, I wouldn't get back into the rally major statistics since you've had the season 9 stats up for us. The meta does change quite a lot from season to season, but not as much as to make the one bomb site totally useless or the other one totally impossible to attack. So, yeah. Season 9, actually, I counted it up. I might be off by one or something, but it amounts to being Season Chimera, which was over a year ago. So do take that in mind, because a couple of attackers which are now, I don't want to say part of the meta, but which are now really well integrated into the game were not there before, so that might mix things up a little bit, but once again, not as much as to make the one bomb site totally useless. Spaxay here is in the game, so apparently he'll be keeping the orange team, as far as I can tell. And this time around, I will make my try my best to not have a typo into their team name, because that would be quite embarrassing for me a second time in a row. So yeah, the players are connecting. It should not be too long before the game actually starts. And for those of you watching, if I look at the chat, it seems to be mostly big fans and supporters. So first of all, welcome to the channel. And looking at the time, this will probably be our last match that we're casting tonight, since, well, tomorrow is a work day. So we're not free to stay up all night. Oh, and you were saying you believe that the monthly is on Saturdays. I just looked at the announced upcoming ESL R6 matches, and I could sadly not find a single one that was rated to start in on a Saturday. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 upcoming events listed. And they're all go4s, so it's basically 7 months, 7 weeks here. So up until 27th of October, I only see the go4s in Europe. It is so different. You'll have the Europe go4, then you have the French, Italian, German, British Cup. So differentiated by language, I believe, or something along those lines. You have way more diversity than just those go4s. However, if you go into the community cups, then you have many different dates. For example, tomorrow we will have the Bomb Vanilla Cup. So that's a Monday. Tuesday we have the Bomb Cup 72 as well. Monday, Bomb Vanilla Cup, and Tuesday. Yeah, so we do have Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays. That are the days on which we have some R6 go4 or R6 ESL events here in NA. But nonetheless, nothing on Saturdays, which is the day we were looking forward to. So yeah, the game is ready to start shortly.
Oh, hello?
Yep, you're here. Your mic must
Okay.
have been muted or something. I was just finishing up the notebook here, and it will be in 3 letters over. There we go. I am now officially ready to start.
Alrighty. So we're just getting the rest of the players
Yes,
into the match?
yes. So we're only lacking 2 players on the Gods of Throwing team. By the way, for those of you who might be wondering, in the interest of just keeping the ambiance up, there's a 4.5 minutes delay. This is standard for ESL broadcasts, and the one player on the Gods of Throwing sides just left. So yeah, 4.5 minutes delay. So do not sadly expect us to be uh, answering your messages right off the bat. If something is time sensitive, we will type it out in chat since the chat does not have this kind of delay. So yeah, the one guy on Gods of Throwing left, so now we're actually waiting on 3 players. And as I say that, we're only waiting on 2 more players. So they're slowly but surely joining back in. And the game is actually ready to start in 23 minutes, so it's supposed to start at 9:30. So worst case scenario, we should not see a protest before a couple of more minutes, which is something we've seen before. It is quite unfortunate to have one team be basically disqualified. This is single elimination after all, being disqualified without actually having played. So yeah, it shouldn't happen here. Nonetheless, let's keep in mind that it is a very remote possibility, but a possibility nonetheless,
Doing great, Raxi. How about you?
which, as all 10 players are here, we should not be seeing tonight. So Spaxy, Gods of Throwing are ready, big fans. Let's just make sure big fans are ready as well. Cordell just said ready. All right, good luck, have fun. May the best team win, as I always say. And here we go. Let me just get their volume back up, as we want to hear the gunshots. So, operators bans will be the first order of business, and I will hand it off to you.
Alrighty, so yeah, I had to I had to take away my phone because I was glued to it there for a second. Sorry about that. But we are going to be walking right into Villa. Obviously, we're going to be seeing a more defense-sided map, and I'm honestly excited to see the operator bans because we don't really see Villa being played often on a go4. And yeah, they usually are either very generic or very out of the ordinary, very unorthodox. There's no really in between with them. So I would love to see how well out they can be played. Obviously, we're going to see big fans getting an immediate ban on Monty. So, yeah, of course, more of a strategic ban. It's not out of the ordinary for you to ban Monty. It's just an operator you don't really want to have to deal with because, like we were saying, he's an operator that can really make or break a round, especially if you put teammates behind him, have the extra firepower. A strategy can be based around him and win out the complete round. And again, we are going again seeing Mira on the ban here for big fans. So not gonna want to have to deal with them on the defense round, or sorry, her on the defense round, as well as Jackal. Very generic ban for the defenders. And yeah, we do see Clash being taken away. She's a very generic ban, especially for Gods of Throwing. And we are going to be seeing Gods of Throwing once again being put on the defense. So hopefully in this situation we will be seeing a possible 4-2 strong start for them, or possibly even more rounds being won for them if they are able to play their cards right, which they have been able to do in the past 2 games. Now, coming in with an Aviator Games type of hold, they are going to have to play a lot of different strategies around the actual villa because it is, again, it is very, very level doing ranked strats isn't necessarily going to work for them. And I honestly am not a very firm believer in ranked strats, especially for Villa.
So I'd like to get back on the band operators here for a second. So we've seen Gods of Throwing play before. Obviously, big fans, we don't know their strats or their habits just yet. However, we've seen Gods of Throwing last game, and they have not a single time picked Monty. So I would have to ask myself if big fans here made the right choice of banning that operator. Um, Obviously, they have not seen the first half of the round. No, actually, God of Thrones were attacking in the second round, so they finished their game a bit earlier. They were able to see more or less of their playing strategies.
5 seconds left.
And yeah, Monty is just not in God of Thrones habits. So maybe different map, different playstyles, yeah. But so far, a bit skeptical of the utility or of the importance of banning Monty against Gods of Throwing.
I mean, I think Monty is honestly just more so of a safety ban, so the operators on big fans don't necessarily have to deal with him and how well he can round out a strategy of especially 5 players playing against the defense. It's just really not the type of operator you want to deal with. We are going to be seeing the first blood though in the round going for Zinx, Aaron, love him. But yeah, we are going to be seeing the first kill on to the IQ. So very big utility being put down for the attack, and unfortunately, that is going to hinder a lot of the attacking speed, possibly for for the rest of the round, really. And again, we're going to be seeing a possible engagement between Ash and the defender that's actually holding the 90. Yeah, it's going to be Jaeger holding 90. Just trying to go back and forth with Ash. It's really a decisive battle between them two. Yeah, Ash definitely backs off and taking a little bit more of a passive route to the objective up main there. So it does seem like a lot of angle holding is going down. Not too much really decisive play, just taking control of things. So might be seeing a very quick decision-making process here with Ash coming into a 4v4 situation now, taking down a mute. So that is going to be her coming up to main stairs and making a decisive push on to 90, hopefully.
Spaxi could have done it here. Don't know why he hesitated, but that's going to cost him that wall being opened up. So attackers now have a couple of possible entryways into the objective. Hibata just goes for the door, the most predictable one, but it just works out. Gets the first kill, gets refrag though, leaving us in a 1v2 situation with Cordell, who is very low on health. Any mistake now is going to cost him his life, and that's gonna happen by the hands of Legion. So Zinx here will be a real pest. Any Guman would have killed him either way. I don't really see how that round might have been won by the big fans team, but nonetheless here this is going to be the first round. Both teams are still getting to know each other, still trying to probe their playstyles, strengths, and weaknesses. And yeah, they're mostly in the unknown of one another. And for the first round here, the defenders, Gods of Throwing, will have the upper hand.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Yeah, I definitely would have to agree with you on that statement. They are going to have the upper hand, considering, again, very defense-sided map, and don't really know how well the playstyles are with each other, so you can't really adapt to anything. And defending in these situations is definitely going to be optimal, especially because you are going to have an inherent advantage against them, and even going into the role swap, you're most likely going to have that morale and round advantage. So it really, again, it's not very optimal to be on the attacking side of the situation, and maybe that's why Gods of Throwing has just been having so much success in their defense and in their rounds in general, just in their go4 matches.
So here we're gonna go statuaries and trophies room, which is just about what you'd expect considering the defense won the first round. I do see, however, something I would not really have expected, and it is the total absence of both Echo and Maestro. So this is quite an open room, or 2 open bomb sites. There are a couple of line of sights that can be quite long, and you would expect to see a Maestro Evil Eye, or at least I personally would expect to see a Maestro Evil Eye around here to prevent any Hibana or Thermite to open up that wall, which leads nicely to the objective itself. So they're apparently going to go for a bit more of a mobile defense, as we can see 3 light operators, 3 of the 3-speed, 1 armor operators. Heavy roaming game, however, Pulse, the single best roamer, is going to be taken out really quickly. The 2 last possible roamers, so Sparksy apparently is going to be remaining near the objective. Xerxes here does not really have a roaming kit, only has a good gun and good speed, so he's doing his best. But the pick on Pulse early on is going to be a heavy blow to Gods of Throwing's roaming game.
And responding to one of the chat comments, they do have a habit of winning this go4. It does seem to be that they have a habit of winning the go4, to put it into very simple terms. But nonetheless, we are going to be seeing a very decisive take of the master bedroom. So, of course, there isn't going to be really any contesting factor in whether the defense can make a presence in the master bedroom, unfortunately. But again, it is going to be a possible engagement between Snowboy Stinks, and within the bathroom. He is going to be a very one engagement for him. Unfortunate for the attackers, but it is going to slow down the progression of their push with another engagement possibly in Astro. We are going to be seeing on the window is being holed, and the diffuser trying to be planted, but Zerky getting 2 kills, double kill in rapid succession now, and a refrag for Jarden. So yeah, very, very great play with Thatcher, as well as Jaeger. He's just able to get the perfect flank, the perfect time, but Ash making waves through Astro now, with Legion being put down, and she just gets taken away from the game with another refrag. Jarden gets the kill onto the dock, so a great position for him to be in a spot to refrag. Now, he is going to be in the way of the diffuser, so he does have a diffuser. He does have the ability to plant, but so far he does look like he is just seeking out the kill at this point with about 30 seconds left on the clock. It wouldn't necessarily be a smarter move to plant the diffuser, but so far he does seem to try to be making aggressive waves, making aggressive moves. About 15 seconds now, he is starting to put down the plant. Jaeger does know where he is, tries to get the engagement, but the attackers win out the round as the ACOG wins out the engagement.
So yeah, you'd expect Jaeger to win that round, as he had just about any advantage you might want to have. Time was in his favor. He knew exactly where his opponent was. He, bottom line, only had to hold the angle and wait for Thatcher to finish planting the diffuser and then peek back up and get the kill this way. But no, Thatcher finally gets the kill. The unexpected outcome just here happening. He had a couple of kills in rapid succession here, so Jaeger gets a nice little double kill. The replays overlap since we had a couple of kills, once again, really quickly happening here. And the one difference I seem to be seeing here when compared to the last map is that the attackers, big fans in this case, are pushing in a bit earlier on. So this is going to leave them more time to play on the objective, to try and plant a diffuser, or to bait out, to fake plant a diffuser, to confuse the defenders. And this is something we basically never saw last game, as the push was always coming in at the very last second. So a breath of fresh air due to basically a different playstyle here. It's neither better nor worse, just different.
Yeah, and talking about different, the Gods of Throwing team is going to have to respond differently to each of the individual engagements they take, and really the strategy and different play styles that each character on Big Fans really possesses. So that being said, it's just a game of having to adapt to each team and having to play against them in their different way and different form. But nonetheless, they are doing still an amazing job at that, with a 1-1 scoreline at the least. Now, they are going to be going back to the same bomb site that it did before on that fateful round with the 1v1 situation, but hopefully they'll be able to switch something up a little bit different in order to win this round, have a possible different outcome, and maybe adapt to what the attackers are giving them, really, in essence. But we are going to be seeing a dock roaming here, a little bit of a different switch up than what we normally do see, but with the ACOG in hand, it really does seem to make difference on a lot of engagements that the defenders have, at least from what I've seen. ACOG does make a pretty big difference, and especially the MP5 being used. But first kill on the round is going to be for the Bandit. So that's going to be I believe the kill from IQ. I
Yep.
wasn't sure of the gun being used. Yep, and that's going to be a 5v3 now with Mute being taken away from the round as well. So already the defenders are going to be at a complete disadvantage. Now Zerky getting a refrag for the hard breacher. So actually the hard breach has actually already been completed, but it is unfortunate that another hard breacher had to be taken away from the round so early. But nevertheless, we are going to be seeing another engagement with Jordan and a 4v1 now with the double kill for him, and just attackers completely walking to the objective and dominating the Jaeger on that. But so I would actually have to say, though, that this round really came down to the fact that the defenders couldn't adapt to what the attackers were giving them. I mean, the attackers did the same exact strategy they did before, but this time they were a lot more assertive with it, and they knew what they were doing. They had played, obviously, against them before and knew how to adapt to the defenders better. It just really came down on the defenders' part that they weren't able to win out their engagements.
Yeah, well, being predictable is just never a good idea. If you know exactly what the opponent's gonna do, you can counter him. I don't want to say that R6 is a glorified rock, paper, scissors, but basically any game style has a possible counter to it. Maybe except for Rook. There's no real way to cancel out Rook armor other than shooting in the head. But if you just look at it, every other playstyle, every other operator can be countered in some way. So if you know what the defenders are going to do, you can just pick their counters or play to their weak points, which is exactly what Big Fan here just did, winning them 2 rounds in statuaries in a row. And therefore, Gods of Throwing will think to themselves, well, let's just not go there again. It's been 2 rounds since they won here in Aviator, so they will go there again. They also won the first round here, which I basically just said, so it will now be up to Big Fans to adapt to a previously successful strategy here.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with you on that point you made, but the Big Fans already do, as a team, they do have I guess you could say, an experience already with being able to adapt to what Gods of Throwing is giving them, so they might be able to turn this round or expected round outcome around and make it to where they can actually win this round out, even with it being a defender-sided situation or a defender-sided role.
So right here, Spaxi will be just about the only roamer that we have, and he's not roaming really aggressively. He is more or less just holding the corridors that lead up to the objective instead of actively looking for a firefight. I was wrong, however. Famaz is also roaming. The drone just did not see him, and so he's not going to be looking for a firefight here. He knows he has the upper hand. Oh, he misses the first few shots. Cardell now knows he's there, and it is just a matter of time before he gets surrounded. But oh, we have Spaxi here coming back, getting the kill on Ash. Famaz, however, is surrounded. He knows it, and it is really unfortunate that he lost, or that he missed his first few bullets, because he had the perfect opportunity and was just not able to capitalize on that. So here we are with Spaxi being again the only roamer, and once again defending the hallways that lead up to the objective. It would be considered a pretty passive roaming game. Is it just me, or every time someone gets picked off, there's another one taking his spot? No, Raxi is still in the objective, as Thermite is opening up the objective wall. This is not going to be looking good for the players hunkering down in the actual objective itself.
Yeah, and that being said, the defenders that are hunkering down the objective, again, more pressure is being put onto them, especially with the Lion being put into play. And again, another kill for the defenders. Not necessarily looking like a good outcome to the round, especially with the Lion now. And a very decisive round for the attackers. Now, Lion going down, but a big refrag for the attackers. And eventually, they won out the round there, as we do see. But yeah, it definitely being able to overcome
Wow.
and yeah, eventually adapt to what the defenders were giving them, or it definitely seems like more of a strong point than what the defenders can do themselves.
So this is not looking good. Even though we had Gods of Throwing winning the first round, it is number 3-1 against them. So if the current tendencies were to hold into going into the next rounds, well, the very first round was basically the learning round. So you have to see how your opponent is playing and how you can counter that. And once you got your well, attack figured out, you just have to perform it over and over and over again until you win the map, which is more or less what is happening right now. The first round was won by the orange team, but since then the blue team has adapted quite elegantly to them. We'll have a novelty here. First of all, dining room will be a first, and Mira has not been seen so far, so that's also going to be a new pick for the defenders. However, IQ might be able to spot those cameras pretty easily. I'm always interested to see, however, where the cams will be tossed, because there's just so many angles where you can put that shutterbug. Here we have the elite skin, so the gadget names is also different. But yeah, for example, the evil eyes. You're limited by the map where you can put them, but these cameras can be tossed anywhere, and you always learn new angles to throw them. For example, I had never seen a camera being tossed there, so I just learned something. Alright, the other cam will be here. So usually when you have 1 or 2 cameras in your inventory once the attack has begun, it's because you want to keep 1 or 2 cameras to throw them outside, but apparently the very last cam will go on the actual OBJ. It is always a trade-off. Do you want to know where the attackers are going to be coming from before they step foot on the OBJ, or do you want to know where they are once they're inside the objective? Where are they planting that diffuser and the like? We've had here a first kill by Cornell, who took a lot of damage before getting the kill on Rexy, but at the end of the day, he is still up and Rexy is no longer breathing. Doc gets another kill on the objective itself, so apparently an early push was made here by Lion from the floor above, but nonetheless, it was a premature push. The attackers did not really have full intel on the objective, and this led to an early demise on Lion's part. We still do have a couple of roamers. So first of all, Spaxy here is right outside of the objective. This might not be the best advantage of surprise, and we have Valkyrie roaming in the wine cellar. However, once again, it is not the most effective roam, as no attacker is here in the area, so no one is basically prone to be intercepted by Valkyrie here. I haven't heard you in a while. Are you still there, Jenna?
I am still here. Sorry about that. I just cut out my mic there, but we are going to be seeing a thermite going down in the laundry closet now, with a very decisive kill for the defenders, as Zerky able to get the kill on thermite. Wasn't necessarily a very strategic move to have a thermite placed there, especially with the doorway on the right side of him. Very big flank options for the thermite himself, but Jordan getting another kill and a refrag for the defenders. So it does look like it might be a round to shape up for a loss for the attackers, unfortunately. And yeah, Jordan just trying to take as many angles as he possibly can and defend himself. Does get damage dealt towards him. Nothing really big for Spaxy, though, seeing as he did get into a firefight with him. And no big return, unfortunately, for Jordan. Now, Zing's getting another kill for a double kill for himself. And it's up to Jordan just to defend himself, trying to push into the objective, basically just losing off the round for himself. He has less than 25 health, and not really an optimal situation to put himself in, but defenders win out the round 5 with Zinx coming in for an amazing pre-fire. And great way to end off the round for himself.
Nice headshot too here. Was it even a one tap? I'm not entirely sure. The gun wasn't full auto, but did he fire a single bullet? One tap or not, the aim here was basically perfect, leading us to a 3-2 situation. So after losing 3 rounds in a row, the Gods of Throwing will get their stuff back in order and get that round somewhat unlike the bomb point, so you'd expect them to go statuary once they won in armor or lost in
15 seconds to go.
aviator in that case, but nonetheless you'd not expect them to go there, and it worked in their favor at the end of the day, so I can't comment too much on that. Nonetheless, nice round being played. The Valkyrie roam in the basement was not too eventful, so at the very least, it's an operator that was not really contributing to the defense here, but it worked out in their favor at the end of the day, so yeah. Let's take a look at this round. This is the last round before the role swap. Last chance for Gods of Throwing to win their points on defense. Considering that this is a defense-oriented map, Gods of Throwing would be hard-pressed to win some rounds on attack once the roles swap. So, yeah, I don't want to say the whole game hinges on that single round, but that single round might be quite important later on.
Yeah, possibly could agree with you on that one. Not quite sure. Again, it is going to determine on how these next rounds do play out. But coming in with now a 3-2 scoreline, the role swap is very near for these attackers and defenders, and it does seem like we might be getting a possible 3-3 at the role swap, which could be good for the attackers or defenders, depending on who you are rooting for here. But nonetheless, we are going to be having a bit of an interesting setup here. So the Lion being put into play. What are your thoughts on that?
So Lion is an interesting operator. So obviously he's no longer as good as he was. Previously he was basically broken and OP. There was nothing you could do about him. But here, obviously he's still gonna force defenders to remain where they are, to remain seated basically, so you kind of prevent any roaming, you kind of prevent any flank and rotation, so it is very good either to flush out a roamer that's been previously droned, so you know he won't be running away, or if he does, you know exactly where he's going, or it is really good to push on to the objective. So it really comes down to team play. A Lion on his own is not too crazy good. For example, here we see the first line being tossed, but it did not really lead to many kills. Actually, defenders got a kill here, so it's quite the opposite of what you'd expect, considering the attackers just had the advantage of that E1D drone. He'll toss another one in, so you'd expect another push from the attackers, which is exactly the case here. Cordell is on objective, but no, gets picked off here by Echo. Running does make quite a bit of noise, so once you're in, maybe you just want to hold down to the gains you've made. Bayou, however, is the last operator alive and gets picked by Gods of Throwing, who will basically equalize the points and the standings for the role swap. So, oh, nice double kill here by Bandit for the role swap. Really, really nice plays here.
So to comment on the Jaeger play there, I believe it was a double kill flank for Spexy, and I would have to say that that was actually a big deciding, yeah, it was a very big deciding factor in how well the round was played out for the defenders and the quality of their plays by the end, and really the confidence of them. So now we are obviously going to be put into a 3-3 score line walking into the roll swap and the next round. So I would actually like to comment on the statistics if you could bring them up.
You mean on screen or just saying them out loud?
Screen.
On screen. Do I still have that? Yeah, here they are.
Oh, no, the statistics for the game itself.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, so you want that?
You're all good. Yes. So yeah, obviously looking at the statistics here, we do have for big fans a very leveled statistics with 6-4, 5-4, 3 kills. Obviously, they are in very close proximity with one another. They do have, similar amounts of kills, and it really does go to show that they are playing together. They are playing well as a team. It doesn't necessarily transcend through specific roles and specific, players that they are playing, which is obviously great for all of the teams. But we are going to look on the orange team, Gods of Throwing, that they do have a specific player making waves, making moves for their team, and that is going to be Zerky and Zings. So regardless of what roles they're playing, regardless of what characters they're playing, they've been able to make waves and been getting kills for their team, and just really on a carry for their team, all in all. I mean, I can honestly say this because I have I do know some of the players on the team, but it does seem like he is making quite a lot of kills for the team that just been leading to a lot of victories in specific rounds.
It is one of the first times I see a reinforcement on Aviator Room when you have the defense being played on Trophy. So, uh, it's always a question of trade-offs, right? So every reinforcement you put elsewhere is not going to be on the objective itself. So we would expect to have a pretty static roam game here from Cordell's. If he puts up the wall, he probably intends to be right next to it. And we can see he's being flanked by Famaz here. So he was not too aware of his surroundings and being droned out so easily since he was being static behind the wall was not the best idea in the world. Xerxes gets another kill, which is going to lead us into a 3-5 situation for the first defense here. Big fans are not starting off the round too well. However, it is not yet done. So, it is Bayou who might be the next in line to receive some pressure should he strafe a bit towards that doorway. But my question here is, what is the play? Apparently, we're trying to find a way to open up those reinforced walls, but is the Zofia charge going to be enough to, with the explosion, destroy the batteries? Apparently not. Jarden gets a nice kill, and Bayou here will just be turning around just in time to get a kill on Famaz, getting the standings back at an even playing field, 3-3. Buck downstairs apparently going hard on that ceiling, just does not get a single kill. When you're playing Buck, you really need some intel from your teammates, because if you open up that Impact Tricks is gonna do, well, the trick. That first exothermic charge is going to be destroyed. Will Newman be able to do that again? Being blinded as he was, it just does not work. The wall is now being opened up, but Smoke gets a kill. Zinx, as you're still holding the line and leaving the angle just as Smoke tosses the canister here. They know just about where the enemy is, so the question is who's gonna try to get the kill here. Bayou tosses his second to last canister with 20 seconds remaining. It's going to be really difficult for the attackers to come in here. Jordan gets a nice kill. Zinxaz is therefore going to be the last player on his team. However, the Guman here might be the end of him. Gets a kill, however, disoriented by the drone. With a Guman on his foot, this is not going to be an easy play. So there's nothing he can do here. He could have killed Legion, but the drone was just too much. Might have destroyed the drone, but then Echo would have had more than enough time to prevent the diffuser from being planted, or even just to put himself into a position to get the kill as soon as he stands back up after hypothetically planting the diffuser. So all in all, solid round being played by the defense here.
Definitely would have to agree with you on that one. Once again, they were able to actually, they were able to bring it back from a 5v3 situation. So I genuinely thought that the defenders were going to lose that round. I thought the attackers were going to be able to form up and play together as a team, but it really seemed like the defenders just honestly picked it up and, got their team together and said, we need to win out this round and we need to be able to win it quickly and efficiently. And that is exactly what they did. Now with the 4-3 scoreline, they have more confidence than ever to win out these rounds.
So it is always interesting to see a mute being played. We saw him played once by Gods of Throwing, and the jammers were placed in the doorways instead of being placed behind walls. Which really limited the amount of intel the attackers could gather on the defense here. The setup is going to be slightly different since Mute this time around is protecting the reinforced walls from a possible thermite. The Thatcher will obviously be making short work of these jabbers. Nonetheless, we also have one new operator, which is going to be Mozzie. Cardell apparently will be playing the roam game. So we saw on the first few rounds of the game, their roam game wasn't too heavy, was not too eventful. So we remember that one round where Valkyrie was roaming in the basement and no attacker remotely being close to her. But then, at the 6th round, last round before the role swap, we had 2 double kills by the roamers, which won Gods of Throwing their last round before they started attacking. Should Mozzie be really, really effective here? He could single-handedly, as we saw, 2 rounds ago change up the fate of the round. So I'm quite interested to see how this is going to play out. Nuttiest as well, not being on objective, getting a solid kill. This is shaping up to be a Roamer's game. Or Roamer's round, sorry.
It is indeed, and we are going to be seeing an engagement between Mozzie and a character on the balcony, Thatcher. So, oh, and another engagement for Spaxi refrag onto Nuttiest. So, yeah, it is going to be the Jaeger, the Roamer being taken out of the round. So it's not quite a Roamer's game yet until the round really has been proceeding. But an Nitrosol is going to be going down for Mozzie. A pre-placed one at that, and it gets taken away with a decisive kill for Zerky, but another refrag for Spaxi this time around, and a double kill for Cordell. Now a 3v2 situation, and to Thermite as he gets taken out to win out the round, but a triple kill now for Cordell. Can he get the 4K and close out the round? It is up to Zerky to decide the fate of that one. He does take out the Legion trap that just got thrown at him in the midst of the chaos, but it is going to be Legion holding angles, sitting in the corner of study that might prove to be fatal to Zerky if he does not play his cards right in this situation. So he does know that the Legion is actually there, but not necessarily taking steps to prevent his presence on the round and in the study, at least at that. But yeah, it is up to Zerky just making an aggressive push, but he gets crossfired from 3 different angles, and Cordell takes the kill on that one, getting the 4K and closes out the round to put us at a 5-3 win.
By Cordell nonetheless. So if we take a look back, we had Cordell who got the 4K, as you pointed out, plus Jaeger getting the first kill. Actually, this gives us combined a Roamer's ace. So the prediction of this being a Roamer's game was quite accurate, to say the least.
For sure.
So yeah, I'll let you take over.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Alrighty, so looking at the actual strategy used by Gods of Throwing team, they really have kind of just been crumbling once they lose, 1 or 2 players, and they, the main fraggers that they get fragged out for and just get refragged on, they just start crumbling after that, and it's like specific players being taken away. It's really their foundation of their team, and, with every house or with every, everything in general, if you take out its foundation, what is it then? It's just basically it crumbles to the ground. And unfortunately for Gods of Throwing, this has honestly been what's happening to them, and I feel like it is really why they have been losing these rounds out, and especially individual engagements. They really have not been keen on winning those out, and really just winning engagements that prove to not be refragged or prove to be worthwhile. Not too many of those.
You said, like, if the foundation isn't solid, you just have a crumbling structure. This made me think of a French expression, actually, which I find it applies perfectly to the situation. So when a defense is totally failing in French, you'd say the house of cards is basically crumbling. Or actually, the house of cards is crumbling. It sounds better in French than it does in English, but it is very true nonetheless here. It's exactly what you were just saying. When the foundation or the core of your strategy basically fails to do its job, well, the supporting elements are supporting nothing. And you find yourself in a 5-3 situation.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more on that, but we do see Thatcher taking slow waves into Laundry now, just trying to make as much influence as he can, and possibly hold an angle onto the main dining area, or main dining area, and Nutton isn't really getting any decisive kills, but he is just making his presence known, and making it known that the defenders can't necessarily rotate into the dining room from kitchen, which is a very big cutoff, unfortunately, for them, but we're going to be seeing a Doc roaming on top floor. Something we don't necessarily see all too often, but with an ACOG in hand and MP5 as well, it's really hard to resist at that point. He is such a great operator to really use at any type of range, especially with the 4x scope. We are going to be seeing engagement between Doc, and he is going to be able to heal himself. Unfortunate to Spexy's demise, but only 75 health is in his bell. But now a Thatcher kill for Zerkin, and that's going to be on to Echo, or sorry, Smoke, a very big trap operator. And now a 2v5 all in quick succession from Zinx, and another kill for the attacker. So this immediately puts us into a 1v4 situation. Cordell trying to get his bearings, trying to really defend himself at this point. He is kind of getting chased down. He has extremely low health, so not all too much you can really do to make the proceedings of this round go any smoother than what it's going.
It appears he doesn't exactly know the basement as well. He kind of took a left here into a dead end, or into a into a dead angle before turning around, getting back up the stairs, being instantly picked off by Raxi. This was quite the paradoxal round. So you saw a couple of firefights for the Rome game. So Doc was shooting at Zofia. Nobody got killed during the first few bullets being fired here. But Thatcher was making progress into the objective. He was alone, however, and the timer was slowly but surely running down without anybody else other than, once again, Thatcher, who was able to sneak in there, progressing into the OBJ. So this was weird, to say the least. Thatcher being in there, nobody else doing nothing, and the timer slowly but surely going down. At the end of the day, in rapid succession, many other defenders fell. Gods of Throwing were able to set foot on that objective and plant the diffuser with minimal effort once they were there, leaving us with the very last defenders, roamers, outside of the objective, and no realistic way of winning the round. And this is something that it's not always true, but here, if you have attackers planting the diffuser and the roamers still being alive, to me this feels like a failure from the roamers. Ideally, the roamers supposed to die before the attacker, the anchors on OBJ, because defenders, well, it's in their name. They are not equipped to actively push on a site, so you do not want to have to retake control of the objective here. Unlike the attackers, who obviously have the offensive capabilities. So yeah, defenders, roamers should position themselves between attackers and the objective, which obviously did not happen there.
Yeah, definitely did not happen for them, but nevertheless, we are going to be seeing another Lion being put into play, as well as a Nomad. So I would like to actually start a little bit of a conversation on the use of flank watch / flank denial operators. So obviously there is going to be a big roam presence in any type of team strategy. You're obviously going to want to make waves and be able to stop the attacker's presence in all ways, shape, and form. But a big way to prevent that in terms of, and really to counter it in terms of the attackers, is to play flank denial operators. And honestly, that's just facts at that point. But the use of Nomad and the use of people like Lion, I mean, Lion is obviously aggressive in terms of that, but the use of Nomad really is a little bit more passive and a little bit more in terms of when you use the actual plant as a way to prevent any flanks when you're defending yourself. So that being said, I mean, do these guys have enough planting experience? Have these guys really been planting enough in general to be able to warrant a Nomad, or is Nomad just good in any type of situation?
Well, Nomad is really good, as you're saying in the name, flank denial. So as long, oh, and here she's totally exposed to that shield. That was just a mistake to hold that angle for this long. But yeah, so Nomad is, we can see here Jarvan is basically playing a mirror window here, and it works flawlessly. But yeah, it is good for flank denial. So it's only as good as you have people trying to flank, except obviously, as you pointed out, to protect a planted diffuser. And on the Big Fans team, we do not see too much roaming. So yeah, Jaeger and Mozzie weren't exactly on OBJ, but they're not, say, Caveira and Vigil levels of roamers. So here it just seems like extra precaution. You can't ever criticize someone for having good habits. But here it is just overkill to have this. The Gumon will just be avoided here. You don't even want to shoot it down to avoid making noise. The flank is pretty good. But yeah, you do not see any rumors. All of the defenders here were on site, so they would not expose themselves to a Nomad's air jab. It is always useful if you want to clear out a defender behind his ballistic shield. As we saw, Nomad with the third air jab was trying to fire it behind the shield, but the Jaeger prevented that. So you can use it in interesting ways, such as, once again, flushing out that hypothetical echo that we saw here, but it just didn't work out, and it's not the air jab's primary role. So, no, not really. If you take a look at what happened here, it was not the ideal utility for the situation they found themselves in, with hankering down, with operators defending the actual bomb site. Say, for example, Monty was banned, so I can't really get into that, but a Glass with the smokes would have been more efficient.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Though you can't really
Very well,
know,
yeah.
you can't really know what operator your opponent is going to be playing, so yeah, it's a guessing game.
I guess you could say that, and obviously great to know your thoughts on that situation. Definitely liked hearing your opinion on that. But, however, I would like to comment on somebody in chat saying their time management has been horrible too. They take too long, they lose essential players. And I honestly can agree with that. Their time management has been kind of a little bit off, especially with the hard breaching strategy they're trying to pull. If you just base your whole strategy on hard breaching and how well you can get the wall open, that's not necessarily playing against your actual strengths and playing with, well, sorry, with your strengths and playing for time management, because again, hard breaching is a game that can take time and can take effort and isn't necessarily supposed to be the scope of your objective. It's not supposed to be the main focus of how well the round is going to be played. And it seems like they are basing too much of their strategy on the fact of, can I hard breach this? Can I open this up? And can we walk into the objective this way? You know, you're supposed to find those unorthodox, unprecedented pathways or, ways into the objective that nobody is going to expect and do a roam clear really effectively in essence of it all. And it doesn't seem like these guys are really doing too much to do so. And of course, in earlier rounds and earlier games even, they have been able to do so, but it doesn't seem like they're taking really much of an effort to do it this game.
So we do see a bit more of an aggressive slash sneaky roam. So the Nautilus here, Jaeger, was in the general area of the bedroom. He kind of knew that some attackers were near him, but he didn't want to actively look for the firefight. Apparently he wants to be playing for time, which will work perfectly since his current position is not known by the attacking team. So if they're aware of him being a roamer, they will be looking for him for quite some time. But here we see Ash running up as Mozzie's reloading, but that just does not work. The Commando still had a couple of bullets on him, and obviously you can cancel the reload animation here in Rainbow Six. We did not really comment on the fact that it is a match point, so here Gods of Throwing are at odds of losing that should Xerxes not be able to do the 4 kill. Oh, he has a double kill here. This implies he got the first kill, so if he gets the clutch, he wins this with an ace and prevents his team from losing at that round. Mute is low, but Xerxes as well is very low, so any mistake now is going to cost him the game. As I say that, big fans, due to Cordell wins the round, wins the game, big fans are going to be moving up to the next level. Yeah, I did see a couple of people popping up in chat, so the numbers kind of went up, so I'm assuming this is something that happens from time to time. The enemy team finished their game and they're currently studying in this case big fans. So I will wish you a good game and the best of luck in your next map, which we will not be casting as it is getting quite late here.
Yeah, just to comment on that, we both do have things that we have to do in the morning. Me, school, and I believe you school as well. So yeah.
Thanks for the host ons. Yeah, GG guys.
GG guys.
Good game.
Fortunately for both of us, but we do have to say farewell. And a couple great games to be cast, even though obviously Gods of Throwing lost their last game. Yeah, lost their last game. They did win a couple pretty great games before that, and some pretty good casting, I'd have to say, from both of us here, and pretty good material to cast in general. So, other than that, I'll let you take it away.
So, yeah, first of all, thank you all for being here. FYI, for those watching, we can cast just about any go4 match, so I am the community caster, and I'm free to bring in whoever I want with me. So the co-host was Jenna, a Giraffe, aka Jenna. I was going to say this in the wrong order. And yeah, so we're not like pro league casters, like, but if you guys are playing the go4, we can cast just about any match. So next week, if you want me to catch your game, just hit me up before the go4 starts. I'm always happy to cast people who actually want to be casted. It's quite rare, but sometimes people ask, do we have to play under your casting? The answer to which is, according to the rules, yes, but if you don't want me to, I'm just not going to make a fuss about it. My point being, it's always nice to cast for people who are actually interested in being casted, so should that apply to you, just hit me up next week and we can cast your game as compared to any of the other games. So yeah, this will be it for us tonight. We had a couple of nice games. Seriously, we had a flawless round, a couple of flawless rounds, death by Gumine at the very last second of the game. That is always really tense and nice to watch, even though it's not as spectacular as an ace. The tension is at its maximum, and we also had a couple of double kills in quick succession in the very last map here. So solid plays all in all. In every game there was something special. So nice. I just want to say thank you to the players. Without them, this would literally not be possible. And yeah, so for the rest of the stream, I will kick us into the end screen. I tend to use the replays that we gained today as an end screen before actually cutting off the stream. So if you do see the highlights of your favorite player, let us know, and this will usually I don't broadcast the stream, so you don't realize. Files, not full folders, there we go.
Presents, we enjoy the type of communication we have. Especially considering Hans is obviously English is not a speaking language, so that's literally absolutely crazy that he can cast at this level. And English is like what, your third language?
Yeah.
I mean, that's absolutely wild. Very, very fluent English, and being able to speak it at such a high rate, I mean, it just absolutely blows my mind. But either way, yeah, I again would like to thank everybody for coming out, and I think that's gonna be us.
Yeah, so I do realize that some of these replays aren't actually today's replays, so I want to show what we saw tonight. The that just does not want to work, so yeah. RIP me. Yeah, this is really annoying now. Usually I don't have this much issues. So yeah, this is really annoying, especially since we're talking go4 level. So there you go. Thank you all for being here, and see you all next week.
Drop the bomb. Bomb. Stagger's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Reloading! Stagger's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Seconds left. 15 seconds to go. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Attackers are active. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Five seconds to go. Attackers have located the bomb. located. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Defenders have eyes. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Bomb diffuser.
Stand by to assist request.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Go. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left. Protect the diffuser. Mission compromised. Gated by attackers. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. 10 seconds left. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Hackers have located a bomb. 15 seconds remaining. Attackers have dropped the seconds to go.
Next in position.
15 seconds to go.